just gonna say.
Keeps pushing. On the paper clip. The 2024 Disc Golf Pro Tour season is finally underway here. It is the Chess.com Invitational, brought to you by Discraft, the world leader in disc sports. We play the now world famous Olympus course designed by Paul Macbeth and acquired by Dylan Cease and Paul. It's going to be an incredible year starting out here in Florida. It's Tournament Central time. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, the band is back together. Nate,
we're back.
How are you feeling? We're in Florida, a new starting point for the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
I personally love this setting. I think I've heard a lot of feedback from the players that they're also stoked to be starting on the East Coast. I think this is the first time in 5 years that we have not started in Las Vegas and then came all the way across to Texas and then doubled back to the West Coast. So it makes sense that we're here. And hats off to Paul Macbeth. I mean, he only bought the course less than a year ago. Now he's redesigned it and has a Disc Golf Pro Tour event here. When Paul first shared with me at the Grand Canyon Disc Golf course at Throwdown the Mountain that him and Dylan were purchasing this and he was planning to turn it into a Disc Golf Pro Tour, I have to be honest, Brian, I didn't feel like this place could scale up. I mean, I love the setting. I love the live oak trees, the Spanish moss, and just the general location of Brooksville. But I didn't think it could host a DGPT, and I've got to say I'm really impressed with what Paul and Dylan did to bring this to life.
Well, what I'm most impressed with is how this course recovered from the All-Star event that we had last weekend. Just a few players, 12 in each division coming out here to test this property out in front of the fans for the first time. 48 hours straight of downpour. The course got absolutely ravaged, as pretty much any course would. And now we're standing here this week and it's completely dry, at least for the most part. Operations team, Nick Carl and his crew out here have just done a phenomenal job getting this place ready for many, many more people. Spectator passes are sold out. The field is absolutely maxed out with tour card holders. It is going to be a phenomenal week out here in Brooksville. With that said, talking about the All-Star weekend, there was also that skills competition on Friday, and in the distance competition, Ellie-Ezra Midling, the 16-year-old, got called up into the distance competition because she's the reigning U.S. distance champion and world distance champion, I believe, and wins with a 503-foot laser beam. And Nate, she's been getting a lot of attention. She said in the presser that she's been getting almost too much attention. And I just have to say one thing. In my opinion, you look across the sports world, players and athletes just like Ellie-Ezra get hyped up so quickly and called things like a superstar and all these things like that. I almost feel like it's an unfair label. This is a 16-year-old. This is a kid who's coming out here to live a dream for the very first time. I think we should let her explore the game, trial and error, figure out what she wants to do with this sport, and let her thrive. But I feel like the expectations need to come off, and we should just sit back and watch another star eventually get born.
Yeah, it's a great point, Brian. I think expectations can be the downfall of a lot of great athletes, and we've seen that in the past in disc golf and in many other sports. And what defines a great athlete is someone that's able to rise to those expectations and even exceed that. And I love that you bring up the expectations that the public is putting on her and the media is putting on her. There's also the expectations we don't see. Her mother, her family, they're joining her out on the road. So she's got the weight of supporting them as well as what the public is putting on her shoulders. And we got a chance to talk to Ellie-Ezra after the All-Star weekend, and let's take a listen to what she has to say.
Put in a lot of work. A lot of practice on my forehand, getting consistent, playing golf, getting less aggressive because I'm way too aggressive on most shots, and that's one of the reasons I love this course. Is it's I'm throwing a lot of fairways and mids, so I have to play golf and not be aggressive on every single shot.
Well, I've heard that from a lot of players, that this course forces you to kind of hit the brakes. Is that kind of like a nice, pleasant challenge for you?
Yes, I needed it. I'm really glad this is the first tournament because I'm sure there's going to be a lot more courses on tour like this, and I need to practice playing golf. It's a lot. It's very nice. There's so many nice people who have been encouraging me. I'm thankful for it all. It's been a lot. Very, very stressful. I can't believe there's so many people who support me like that.
Well, I'm sure we're going to be seeing and hearing a lot more from Ellie-Ezra this season. Cannot wait to see her career evolve as she goes out on the road for the very first time. Nate, you and I both remember the feeling of hitting the road for the first time, chasing after this dream. So good luck to Ellie-Ezra. With that said, we have to dive into this course. I said it was designed by Paul Macbeth, but I'm kind of underselling all the other people that have had something to do with this property when it was formerly known as the Grand Canyon. Mike Barnett, all that crew back then that made this property kind of what it is today before Paul bought it. I played this course. I watched a bunch of players this week play this course. They are loving the twists and turns and all these little challenges that the course has to offer.
Yeah, and when we heard that Paul Macbeth was designing it, that's exciting. Why? Because Paul is one of the advocates against where the game has kind of been going. He's kind of against just that bomb and scramble game, like the open golf courses. Paul loves a classic disc golf course, and one shot that Paul has said that we've been missing are the touch shots. And that's exactly what we're going to see out here. If you can manage to pipe some of the drives out here, you're going to have a good mix of touch and power to approach some of these tricky par fours. There's a lot of touch around the green required. I mean, you probably won't have the same flat putt twice. Would you think out here? There's a lot of nuances to the greens.
There's nuance everywhere, and let's actually dive a little bit deeper into this course and maybe even listen to what Paul has to say about those changes that he made out here. A page is turning and a new chapter of disc golf is being written. Players who have pushed the boundaries of our imaginations in regards to what can be done with a flying disc are using their successes to throw their hats in the ring and help to shape the future of our sport and how it's played at the top level. When I walk the fairways of Olympus, yes, I see a 10,000-foot championship course. But what I also see baked into this course are all these intangibles that make this place really compelling. Things like depth perception, nose angle control, ground play, risk-reward decision-making, creativity. These are the things that perfect technique and raw athleticism can't ever conquer. And with that, a course like Olympus, from my point of view, is only the tip of the iceberg of what's to come.
That's really Florida disc golf, in my opinion, is these low, long power shots. And that this course has a lot of those, whether it's forehand, backhand, moving to the left, moving to the right. What's really unique is that it used to be a quarry. You know, you have these huge drops. It is a mountain here in Florida. One of the things that is like big with this property is there is a lot of blind shots, which you have to come out and practice, but they're blind because you're throwing to a landing zone. It's not many par threes where you're throwing blind par threes. You're throwing to landing zones, you gotta have your speed control, your height in order, or you're gonna end up in sawgrass, OB, or water. Some holes are brand new, some are tweaked and things like that. So it's just kind of things that I've noticed through the years of, I wanna get rid of that hole really bad, and this one I wanna keep and stuff like that. So yeah, through the years, I've really enjoyed this place, and people have always talked about me buying it, and then to actually own it, you know, they kind of talked it into existence. I just love having disc golf to where you're using all your discs, you're using all your shots. And if one course can implement all those in 18 holes, I think that's, you know, the perfect course. So we've seen what's fun, what's challenging, what not to do. I think we're able to implement that, especially when it's our own. And when it is your own, you take a lot more pride on it. You know, like when someone says, I don't like this, it does hurt a little bit more, but that's how you learn and grow.
And I think, you know, everything that Paul said about this place and what he's trying to do with disc golf in the future is kind of right up the alley of a lot of professional players. I mean, Simon did say in the presser that maybe the course is playing a little bit too hard, but the thing is, I am listening to players all over the place say that they're throwing every speed of disc in their bag, which to me shows that the course is giving the players a unique challenge and letting them play disc golf the way they kind of grew up playing, not just throwing one or two different types of driver on every single tee shot. With that said, let's dive into a specific hole that I feel like captures the essence of this course. Hole number 6, I think, is a par 4 that gives us a really good idea of what we're supposed to do out here. Depth perception, like we just heard, is such an intangible skill. You can't train your form to be good at depth perception. You have to hit this gap, go downhill. The common miss is to push it way too long. And if you push it way too long, you're in the sawgrass, you are in serious trouble. Par is going to feel really good at that point. It's a very interesting funnel down that fairway because it kind of cuts diagonal. It's a blind shot, and you have to constantly practice this tee shot. You have to have a very specific disc. I'm seeing a lot of players down tempo on fairway drivers, which is a Paul Macbeth special. What do you think, Nate?
Yeah, I mean, I think what you mentioned about you having to use multiple speeds of disc, for a lot of players out there on tour, that's what defines a quality course for them. Not something where they're just throwing the same driver for the tee shot and for the approach as well, but being able to use that entire bag, being able to have those touch shots. And we're going to see quite a bit of players struggling to string together birdies out here. I think Simon's right when he says some of the pin positions were a surprise. I'm like, you felt like you knew where the hole was going to be and where the basket was, and then it was just a little bit further, a little bit more around the corner, and you're like, man, you have to make a circle 2 putt.
Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult to blank out the front or to rally 5 in a row on the finish. It's not a course that we can predict someone's scores throughout the 3-round tournament.
I'm seeing toboggan mixed with Milo McIver, which is a wonderful combination. With that said, FPO action coming up very soon. Paige Pierce is back from a long leg injury that happened over in Europe last year. Can't wait to see Paige. We'll talk about Paige after the break.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Welcome back. I'm joined here by the PDGA's Evan Kern, software developer. Evan, there's been a lot of shakeups in the world of disc golf in regards to media, but then also scoring and stats. Talk to us about your story and kind of what you have going on with the PDGA in regards to that.
Yeah, at the PDGA, we're really excited to bring the addition of throw tracking to the PDGA Live platform. So now players and volunteers can keep track of their score along with their throw really cool stats, and you can see a similar experience to what fans are expecting, and you can see your C1 in regulation or your putting percentage, but then we've also added a few additions like the exact putting distance that you make a putt in or as you're playing the distance to your target. But with that we can figure out a player's total putts made distance throughout the round or their average putt, so that's been really cool already seeing come in as we see FPO teeing off the early cards here.
Talk about the undertaking that building out a platform like this is, and maybe talk to us about your dreams for the future. I know you are so passionate about building this thing out.
Yeah, so I mean, we got a wonderful team on the tech team at the PDGA, and so it's not just me here. There's a lot of people who've been working hard on this before I even joined the PDGA in December. But a lot of work has gone into this, a lot of hours to get this product with the additions of what it's been to the existing PDGA Live. So it's really cool to see all that come to fruition. I'm really excited about these putting distances. I'm already nerding out from All-Star Weekend to the first tee cards starting out here, and seeing maybe diving into the exact putting distances. Is someone really good at the edge of circle compared to the beginning of circle 2? Like, how does that compare, whether across the whole C1X to C2? Just a little bit of differences there that'll be really fun to dive into, I think, over time.
Well, Evan, thank you so much for your time, and I'm sure we're going to be talking to you all throughout the rest of this season. With that said, Paige Pierce is back in the FPO division this weekend, and she is hunting down a major this year, like she told us in the press conference. Let's take a listen to what Paige had to say.
My leg's doing good. I don't think, when I'm saying that, I don't think it's about my ankle. It's more just about like stamina. But luckily, that's what I've been working on. Going uphill and downhill is really good for like building flexion. So I've been doing that a lot. We have these sand dunes in Pensacola that we've been going to a couple times a week and just like running up and down them. So yeah, that part is not too painful. I think, I just got to watch my step and make sure I don't do anything. Yeah, just pay attention when I'm walking. My disc selection has changed quite a bit. I used to be the type of player that would like club down and just throw it harder. I love, if it's a between a mid and a fairway, I'm always going to choose a mid and just rip it hard. But now I'm actually doing the opposite. So I'm clubbing up because I'm not quite getting as much power or distance. So I'm clubbing up and just letting off a little bit. And actually, I'm really happy with how that suits at this course because there's a lot of low ceilings where those glidey mid-ranges aren't going to work because the low-hanging Spanish moss and under these beautiful live oaks. So yeah, I'm actually happy because clubbing up to that passion, getting myself a little bit more speed but less glide, it's actually working out really well out here. I've gone through almost every human emotion since July 12th. Yeah, I would say the biggest thing has just been patience and realizing like feelings are temporary and like letting the bad ones go, but you know, and not trying to hold on to the good ones, but you know, when the good one goes away, chase another good one, you know, and that's what happens out here disc golf, you know, like literally throwing a disc. It doesn't even matter if it's your shot. You're on a card with 3 other people, and it doesn't matter if it's you or a card mate. You see a good shot flying, you feel so many things, you know, it's like, oh, it's gonna go in. Oh, it hits the tree. Ah, and it's just like, you don't get those feelings when you're not playing disc golf.
Paige is back, and Nate, me and you were just talking about this. It's interesting when a player who's been on tour and played professionally for such a long time gets that late stage injury and comes back. Almost feels like a good luck charm in a way. Simon Lizotte, having the elbow injury, comes back and wins an absurd amount of tournaments the next season. Eagle McMahon, after a terrible injury that took him out for pretty much the entire season, goes on to win the European Open throwing lefty backhands. Nate, talk about Paige and what she mentioned about kind of clubbing up this tournament. Is that going to play to her advantage?
Yeah, I mean, with the little data that we have on those superstars who did face bad injuries, came back to become even better players, it's looking pretty good for Paige. And I think it can go both ways for Paige. I think that the weight of the expectation of her return could also be her downfall. But I think the excitement to get back to this game that she has missed so dearly, talking to Paige, the physical aspect of the recovery is just half the battle. Being away from this game that brings us all so much joy is as much or more than the physical recovery. So having the game back, being down here in the sun, just being able to play again when you have an injury as severe as Paige's, I think that could potentially outweigh the negative impact of the expectations of this big return. Will she be back to number 1? Like, will she ever win a major again? I don't really think she's thinking about those things as much as she's just thankful to be returning.
I have to agree with you, and I think this time off, probably, like she said, feeling every human emotion you could possibly feel, probably gave her a really good perspective of where she is in life. And now she can come back. She doesn't have the target on her back anymore, the spotlight constantly, everyone talking about her all the time. She can just go play disc golf again. And I think this course actually plays to the control game so much more with how terrible the sawgrass is out here. I mean, you can lose a disc even with a spotter watching because of how thick and slightly dangerous the sawgrass is. You can get cut up when you're in that stuff. Ken Climo calls it a Florida tattoo, so to speak. With that said, new sponsored players. We have so many young players or newer players to the tour coming up and showcasing their skills at a very high level. I'm going to just have to pick one of the new sponsored players and talk about her. Allie Smith went with Ella Hansen during the All-Star weekend and shot a 10 under par on 18 holes out here at a tougher layout than this course that they're playing this week.
In the rain.
In downpour rain the entire time.
Wow.
Allie looked really, really solid. Obviously, she takes her job as a disc golfer extremely seriously, but her rise to where she is now is very impressive. And now throwing a new bag, DGA, clearly making a great full lineup now for players. The brand's been around for a long time. But you can really tell they're starting to cater more and more to the top level players, and it's obviously paying off.
Yeah, no, I personally have loved Allie's putt. She's the one of the only pure pitch putters in the FPO division. Her putt reminds me a lot of the reigning putting champion Andrew Marweed, and we saw that putt take her to victory for her first Disc Golf Pro Tour win last year. I believe that was Kansas City, and that was an emotional win for her. And you could tell it just kind of it got that weight off her back, and it instilled that confidence in her that she was missing to be competitive every week. And then we flash forward to the end of the season at the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship, and she made a run. She made a run on it. She actually made that final card that final day, and she's riding on that confidence from last year, Brian.
She's got the distance, but I really like her just in general as a control player. And again, on this course, power is not going to win you this tournament at all. There's so many things that having good form or huge athletic ability and speed can only take you so far out here. With that said, Nate, I know you have been having your eye on another FPO player that you think is about to pop off this year as well.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the next Finnish girl in line, Silva Saarinen. Okay, Silva might have gone under the radar for a lot of fans here in the United States. Her best finish in the U.S. was 6th at the World Championships, which was an incredible performance for her on the putting green. And it's just that, it's those stats on the putting green. She's actually 2nd in the entire division, only behind Owen Scoggins. She's ahead of everyone else. She's ahead of Missy Gannon and Kristen Tatar on Circle 1 and Circle 2 putts, Brian. She played 5 Euro Tour events last year, and she won all 5 of them. So she knows how to win. She knows how to play up to the level here in the United States, and she knows how to make putts. And we've seen players like Owen, like Missy, they might not have the flashy shots, but when they're making 89 to 90% of their putts at Circle's Edge, I like Silva Saarinen, and her switch to MVP was one of my favorite moves of the offseason.
Well, Nate, the other thing we have to talk about, yes, we've had so many new sponsored players like Silva and Allie Smith in the FPO division, but let's just do a quick highlight of the biggest signing of the offseason for MPO. Gannon Buhr signs a 5-year deal with Discmania and ushers in kind of a new generation of player under the brand. What are your thoughts on Gannon's move, and what are your thoughts on him going into this season?
Yeah, I mean, Gannon was an interesting one. He had that whole situation with Prodigy, with the court case with them, and he ended up continuing on throughout that season playing for Prodigy. It was a little bit awkward from the outside looking in, but the switch to Discmania kind of made sense. I mean, his good friends, Gavin, his good friends Alden, made the switch over there. And Discmania had a ton of cap space after losing Simon, after losing Eagle McMahon, arguably 2 of the biggest names in the sport. We kind of knew they had to sign someone big if they wanted to be relevant in the game moving forward. So I love their team, honestly now. I love what they're doing over there. I think that they're going to be really successful, making some YouTube videos together. They're just going to be leaving Isaac out at this point.
And I think the running joke of that entire group of friends is someone gets left out. And sometimes it's Gannon, sometimes it's Isaac. But to be serious here, I think the biggest thing Gannon's going to have to figure out is the putter. We know, and people throughout the disc golf world know, Prodigy makes some really nice flat putters, and a lot of players like the way they fly, but they don't really fly like a lot of other putters in the market. Not to say anything good or bad about any company, but Gannon's going to have to work really hard because of how precise he is with his putts. His links that he's using now have a little bit more glide than what he was previously using in the PA3.
Yeah, the PA3 is like a brick.
Exactly. So he's just going to have to get used to the extra glide, the little bit straighter flight, and I think, again, he's young. He's, I believe, 18 years old, and we've hyped him up for years now. So again, he's just going to have to learn, and he's still physically growing, Nate. He said his timing is feeling weird because he just grew another inch.
Stop it.
He's like 6'6" now. With that said, we got MPO action this afternoon, but FPO starts right now. Nate, I'm going to let you go. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, we're wrapping things up for the very first Tournament Central of the year. We'll see you this afternoon.
2023 was a year for the record books.
Wysocki from long range. And he loves it, Wysocki with the raptor legs.
Legends are created not by chance, but by the relentless pursuit of greatness.
We had more unique winners in the Tour in FPO than we've ever had, and Kristen Tatar still won every single major. Hands down the best season that we've ever seen.
It was a year of the young superstars, youngster Cole Redolin getting his first win. A two-time major champion in Isaac Robinson. A big, big win for Kyle Klein. Tori Ellis winning over there in Europe.
About the Cinderella story potentially of the season. Parker Well take down a victory out there in Emporia, Kansas.
100th ranked player wins?
It's the first stop on this journey, and the game's best players are in Brooksville, Florida. A field filled with champions will take the course to prove to themselves that they are once again ready. Every drive, every chip, every putt matters. A sprint of 54 holes to the finish. Players are ready to prove it here in Brooksville. Are you ready?
Morning, everyone, and welcome to Brooksville, Florida, as the off-season is officially over. New sponsorship transitions, the practice putting, the field work, it will all be on display at our 2024 Disc Golf Pro Tour season opener. We are at Olympus Disc Golf Course, and this is the Chess.com Invitational presented by Discraft. Arcana current conditions show us 61 degrees, humidity at 88%, winds are up at 15 miles per hour coming out of the south and southwest. Five-time world champion Paige Pierce gearing up. This is her first Disc Golf Pro Tour event since season-ending ankle injury, the 2023 PCS Open. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside Valerie Jenkins, four-time world champ and Hall of Famer. Val, first event for Paige Pierce since July. We're doing it in the home state of Florida for her now, but that's still a lot of pressure and a pretty big task. What are you expecting from her?
Well, all eyes are on Paige, and if anybody's going to put pressure on Paige, it's going to be Paige. So I'm sure she is wanting and been thinking about this for so long as she's been healing and trying to recover. I hope she doesn't put too much pressure on herself and kind of eases into this tournament. I mean, we've seen her practicing in the off season, even if she's not fully recovered just yet.
Well, we look back, as I said, in July, she had injured herself in Norway at the PCS Open. She still had to get a little golf in, though, even though she was from a wheelchair there. She still wanted to tee off on hole number 1. And also in the off season, getting married. Congratulations to Paige and her family, along with everyone else's family and the friends that could be there in Pensacola to enjoy. You said it, Val. She was out there playing. She was practicing. She was just itching and dying to get out back on the course. And you can see from that very progression, even there, some of her first throws to then working more on her forehand. And having a lot of her friends move to the area certainly is helping keeping her motivated out there. 2023 wasn't her best season, even though it was shortened. She was off to kind of a slow start. She did win 2 events at the Austin and the OTB, but she averaged around 12th place, which is her worst average finish since turning pro, and she finished 33rd in the Tour points. Of course, the season was shortened, but still 33rd in the Disc Golf Pro Tour points. And from one world champion to another, 2-time world champ, Katrina Allen has a birdie look. And she gets that one to drop. We saw some incredible putting on display last weekend during the putting competition for our All-Star weekend. Katrina off to a great start.
And I'm happy to see the sun's out. It looks like a beautiful day. Last weekend of the All-Stars, they saw nothing but rain when they headed out to the course. So we already know that the course is challenging. The rain provided even more difficulty. So I'm glad to see it shining on display today.
Will for the FPO field. Not so sure for the MPO field this afternoon, but we'll let them worry about it later. As we just saw Stacy Kiefer tee off. World champ Paige Shue on the tee.
That's a great shot. Really requires a lot of power to climb up the hill for some low ceiling. So they need to be sure they're getting enough forward momentum to skip up that hill.
Next on the tee, Holland Handley.
Hamley gets herself mostly up the hill. She was one of the few birdies that we saw last weekend on this particular hole. We are fortunate enough to have Brian Earhart out on the course with us, and he's catching up with Holland Handley right now.
Holland, it's a beautiful day here on Friday. Round one started, and you're the only one on the lead card who throws forehand on this tee shot. Talk about the decision.
I found that there's just a little bit more airspace off on the left side, and then by kind of working the disc over on an Anheuser angle, I've got it fighting back toward the ground, and then had an easier time on this left side, kind of catch an edge there. I found all my backhands at best were like mid-circle 2.
Talk about just how you're feeling going into this season. I mean, this is the first hole of 2024. How's the game feeling overall?
Game's feeling really good. My focus really is just on more the mental side of things, because I feel like that's historically kind of what held me back. So just trying to, find the right headspace and stay there as quickly as possible.
Well, it's going to be a long hike, so good luck out there.
Thank you.
Valerie Mundahano with a long birdie look. Draws some metal. She'll be opening with a par.
I think that's so interesting hearing Holland talking about, working on our mental game, hoping to focus more on that and keep it even keel. And really, you can think about it. You can try and discover some new skills to cope with the ups and downs of your round playing out here. But the only time to really put it to test is when the pressure's on, and can you hold it together? We know her game is there.
Obstructed look for Handley is going to result in a par here on 1. Stacy Kiefer in for par. Valerie and Holland also in for par, and Paige Shue will do the same. And Paige Pierce arriving. We're just 10 minutes away from watching her start her 2024 season. We'll be right back.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
I think this golfing can improve our community in many ways. It brings people together.
That maybe some of these kids who feel a little bit lost could find something like disc golf, find friends, find people to come together and play the sport.
Encouraging people to work together, kids to know one another, love one another.
A way for these kids to have a really fun thing to do together.
I think that's what we need in the world, love one another and do life together.
The Chess.com Invitational is presented by Discraft, the world leader in disc sports. And last weekend, Holland Hanley bringing all of her skill set here to the Olympus course. Not only did she perform well in the skills competition, but then played incredible golf in 2 very, very rainy days.
Yeah, to think that she's throwing these lines so accurately, and it was just downpour the entire time.
Holland Hanley certainly has gotten better throughout the last few years. She's still relatively new on tour. As you see that progression, her average finish going from 15th to 11th down to 8th. Her rating on average for her weekends up to 972. Her cash per event has more than quadrupled since 2021, and the DGPT rank from 42nd to 13th to 4th. So impressive.
And every time I see Holland, she's explaining the way that she dials in her technique. She's a student of the game. And so that's goes to show why she's improved so quickly in just the young career that she's had.
Very favorable tree kick is going to bring her closer to the center of the fairway.
At the location of your thrown disc, on the line of play at the first point that you feel provides relief, even if
anticipation,
still
nerves, excitement, what combination of them? What is she feeling there, Val?
Yeah, I bet a combination of them all, but if I know Paige, she is so excited to be here. I mean,
this also has whiskers and stakes.
I know she was watching the Disc Golf Network last season and wanting to be there live and in person.
Hole 18, the OB is all area outside of the marked safe fairway landing zone and island green. Drop zone for any throw from the tee area that never crosses.
After a few instructions before they get their round started, we're going to take a look at hole number 2.
So we've got that OB fence line on the right-hand side. And we want to see the players throwing a big drive. And a lot of these fairways, they're going to be lined with trees on either side. So throwing distance, throwing a powerful drive, but you need to make sure you're landing in the center to keep it in play. The second fairway shot is going to end up, we see a lot of players short of the sawgrass. You can push it a little bit farther if you go on the right-hand side. And you want to make sure you're staying out of that sawgrass so that it doesn't impede your putt, doesn't get in the way. Slight elevation, nothing the player should be dealing with.
Hanley just trying to keep it in the short grass, and a good looking shot.
And if we really need hydration,
Paige Pierce tees off to the other side of the break.
A round of disc golf can be long, and if you're playing in a tournament, it can feel like a marathon. This can leave you physically and mentally fatigued by the end when your shots matter most. With space for your discs, water, and even a place to sit, a cart enables you to bring what you need, helping you feel more prepared and energized without carrying the extra weight. This can help you maintain your edge and save you strokes through every round.
Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Discs that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Allen's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket, and each of them have a consistent grip. So as you cycle through the series, you won't have to change the way that you hold the disc. These are torque-resistant discs that are more stable than the PA series, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
Welcome back. Paige Shue throwing her second.
Just an ideal position from her tee shot. Brings it out wide. inside the bullseye.
There's Hannah Blumrose. And with that birdie, she becomes our solo leader here in the early goings. Overview shot of hole number 1 and our competitors getting ready to go for our final feature card of the day. Here's Dana Smith.
Next on the tee, Hannah Wynn.
Like you said, Terry, I'm sure a mix of emotions for Paige. She hits the line, but leaves it low. Wow. See the wind affecting her drive.
Next on the tee, Owen Scoggins.
Can find OB on that right side if it carries too far. And Gannon is inside the circle. She'll have a putt for birdie. Stacy with a birdie look on 2. And she cans it. Henna, same disc as last weekend where she had aced during the All-Star competition. And that's going to come up short. In fact, we can take a little look back to a week ago.
Yeah, very similar line, great height, but she gets the dramatic skip off of the ground.
A little uncertainty originally, but yes, retrieving it from the basket. A great way for her to kick off the doubles last weekend.
There's certainly going to be some nerves with Paige coming out. All the energy that she's been thinking about, all the time that she's spent thinking about getting back out on the course and being competitive. Gonna have to ease her way into it. Owen looks safe, but not a great spot to be putting from.
Hannah Wynn, one of the competitors that had a big transition and a new sponsorship during her off season. Now part of Team Discraft. And Holland Hanley gets a nasty roll away.
Wow. And it's a slight slope, but that was extreme roll.
And to think that's one of the flattest greens on the course. Gannon left side corner pocket, birdie.
Don't forget your mini.
So Pierce opens 2024 with a par. And we're going to roll that Zuka replay. Missy Gannon, as I said, low left side. She's going to run it in, though. Great start to the season.
Like you mentioned, Terry, a lot of these baskets are on sloped surfaces, and so if you're a confident putter, you really need to dial in that confidence to go for big putts. And wow, what an effort from Holland.
Just a brutal roll away that she suffered from there. Hannah trying to extend her lead here on the rest of the field. She'll settle for par. Now Missy Gannon, tee of 2.
Good.
It's okay.
I was thinking, yeah, less. You say okay, and I was thinking less than ideal. We'll see what her run-up is like. Pierce's approach will be much easier.
Oh, yeah.
Open, unobstructed in the short grass. Good place to be here for Hannah. And Scoggins will go to a backhand. And that's going to flex back into the best position of them all.
I mean, the pressure was on me a little bit on the last person. Like, shit, I had to throw good.
Excited to see our subscription options here for 2024, both monthly and yearly. And of course, the big discount if you're a current PDGA member. We invite you guys to join us throughout our season. You can click on the QR code. Again, go out and either become a new member or renew with the PDGA to save a significant amount of money. All the action coming to you on the Disc Golf Network. Hannah, your current leader on the tee of 8. competitors feeling more wind today than they did at any point last weekend. And speaking of conditions, someone that was out there braving them last weekend, out with a very different story. Brian, what are you feeling out there in Brooksville?
Well, I feel the sun's warmth, Terry. It feels wonderful out here. I will say it is windier than last weekend at the All-Star event, which is, I suppose, an okay trade-off. But the interesting thing about this course is there's so many little ups and downs and twists and turns and all these little coves that wind can kind of hide out in. So players have to be really tapped into where the wind is blowing, what direction it's blowing, and make those reads off of the tee pads of different holes, because sometimes you're not going to get that read off of the tee pad. So they're going to have to be really tapped in, really focused throughout the entire day, because it is going to be a factor.
Well, Brian, I want to follow that up and ask, this course took quite a beating last weekend, mainly from the weather conditions and then our players and spectators out there. How are things looking in terms of how it's recovered? And could they practice every day this week or no?
Monday it was closed. They just really wanted to give it some time to heal, so to speak, but really it has done that, and I am blown away at how this course has dried out, because if you were there on site on Sunday, you would have been completely hopeless for the future of this course. It looked like it got completely ravaged, but the team operations and the on-site team, Nick Carl and those guys, I mean, they have done work around the clock to make this place ready to go, and I'm actually, again, blown away at how well this course is playing right now. The players absolutely love being out here.
Appreciate it, Brian. It looked like a little slip there from Pierce of her back leg. Maybe not getting full power to get all the way to the pin there. And Brian, I got to ask, I know it's very early and we've only seen a few shots from her, but what has it been like conversing with Paige, and any predictions or anything that you want to give us some insight on?
I mean, that drive she just threw on 2 was clean. Coming out of her hand with plenty of pace. I know she mentioned in the press conference that she was trying to back off the speed, but I think we forget that she was the elite distance thrower in the division for maybe a decade. So she still has every bit of that speed. I mean, I think the fact that she's kind of dialing back a little bit, going for control, is only going to be to her advantage. I mean, we talk about what happened with players like Simon and Eagle coming back from injury and dialing it back. Look what happened to them. So I am interested to see how she does, and sounds like her expectations have dialed back as well, which is good.
Yeah, appreciate it, Brian. And that was one of my big takeaways in the press conference yesterday. She said that she loved to always club down and just throw really hard, whether that was a putter or a mid versus a driver. And this weekend in her comeback, she's kind of reversing that mentality, and she says, I'm going to maybe club up a little bit, but then not throw it as hard. And that's not only injury related, but also that has to do with how she wants to attack this particular course. Here's Stacy with her tee shot on 3.
That was a helpful tree kick. She was headed straight out of bounds. And speaking of injuries, I mean, we couldn't have the conversation without talking about Own. She is currently the highest rated player playing this tournament this weekend. Had an awesome 2023 season, but she was injured all throughout. We'd hoped the off season would give her some rest, allow her to recover, but hearing from her last weekend, she's only about 70%. She is not fully recovered, and so it's likely to be a long season for Own if she's not able to allow her body to heal.
Now Pierce with a birdie look on hole 2.
Again, I can't help but to think. You know, you take things for granted until they're completely taken away from you, and that has to be in the back of Paige's mind, that she's just happy to be out on the course. It's going to take a little bit for her to get back into that competitive grind again. Just an inch low, but dead on line for Missy.
Owen's able to jam it in. Not a problem for Hannah Wynn. She's in for par. Pierce with the par and Gannon with the bogey, which will bring her back to even. Blomroos throwing her second. And Shu gets caught up. Looks to be out of bounds off the tee of 3. Here's Cadence Burge. Oh, and the par save from way downtown. The jumper from back in circle 2.
What a save. It's scary to even go for a short putt on this basket. Look at how sloped the green is, but she throws it up in the air. It's coming down at the hyzer angle and just catches the inside of the cage.
That was with the whole conversation.
That is our powered by Nakwa moment.
I didn't.
Check out Nakwa and their adventure gear.
You gotta fight, dude. Look at right, dude. To Vogue. He said it. I didn't say it.
Too soon, dude. We're shooting a tee.
Plenty of power and excitement coming out of Paige Pierce, busting on a little Beastie Boys action.
You look like you're
on, trust me.
Okay.
Oh,
I was
gonna watch that.
I was just gonna like pop it up.
Yeah.
Or it says you might have scored.
I'm out.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say you don't play. Caddy advice.
Early season foot bag to get things started here, Val. That didn't take long.
We're in a tournament.
I used to have better reflexes before.
You know why? Because the name didn't change.
Oh, you couldn't help it. You're just like an athlete or something. I know. Well, she's my friend.
You never see this
How do you do that one?
You haven't seen this one? You God.
Paige just trying to get to the landing zone where she'd like to be on after one throw. From there, she'll have an uphill climb. And we are experiencing a little bit of a backup. Here's the tee of hole number 3.
Hole number 3 has that OB fence line on the right-hand side, and we get right into the elevation right off the bat here. So once you crest that hill, the discs are going to be falling over this cliff. So they want to make sure they're penetrating forward, because that elevation is going to pull backhand drives to the left-hand side. And then you head up this tunnel uphill. So again, accuracy, very important. OB line continues on the right. You just want to make sure that you're hitting your line and being able to stay in the fairway, climbing up the hill.
The placement of your tee shot is so crucial here to give you any opportunity or even a thought of birdieing. You can see how Val had plenty of distance, however, out of position. So now she's throwing her third from the side of the hill there. Should be a relatively easy up and down for par from there. We saw the approach by Henna. This is for par. There's a single tree on the top of this hill that, for being just one tree, I don't know how so many people hit it, but if you hit it at 10 feet or higher and it kicks to the right, you're going to go over the OB fence on the right side. So you have to be careful about the single tree on the top of the hill. A solid approach there by Stacy.
I used to live in Northern California.
It came out completely different. This is
like swap it back for the. I got
Stat Nando's Dion Arlen getting a little in the bag quickly there from Paige Pierce.
The only issue is that like as soon as I take this out and start moving.
And even when you do find a good position, sometimes it's questionable about the run-up. Holland's ideal, or the perfect landing zone, is about 10 feet left of where Holland is. You're still going to be running uphill, and you're still going to have some awkward footing, but you want to be about 8 to 10 feet left of where she is.
And that's a matter of, a few rotations of the disc and, having a little skip to the left when you land, because it is a blind landing zone. So off of the tee, they just need to make sure they're hitting the line that they practiced to get as close to that landing zone as possible.
And as I said, Holland would have loved to have been 10 feet left. Paige would love to be 10 feet right, and that would be the ideal zone. Careful of that tree. Okay, that's the tree I was speaking of. If you hit that 8 to 10 feet up or higher and it carries to the right, it's going to go out of bounds over the OB fence line. So a good reference point. Brian, we're just 3 holes in. Maybe talk about the difficulty of this hole and why we're seeing a backup already.
Yeah, well, you were just kind of touching on it, Terry. I think when you try to attack this funneling path that goes up the hill off the tee, a lot of times you can find yourself out of position. It's kind of almost a sucker shot from the bottom of the hill. That tree you're talking about at the very top is only about 250 away, even when you're not even close to the base of that hill. So a lot of players are going to try to actually go just a straight putter, land it at the bottom, and then try to throw a driver on the second. But I think a lot of players are just finding themselves out of position trying to go for the funnel, and it's just making it a little bit of a slow grind out here. Not to mention they're really high up to start, so the hike even down is pretty challenging.
For the insight. Now we're with Henna, co-leader at 2 under, along with Ella Hansen. Great shot as you have the backstop off that tee. Ella just 1 hole behind Henna, sitting at 2 under. Paige Shue, Stacy Kiefer, Katrina Allen, and Haley King, all 1 under par.
Holland got a slight lift from the wind, carrying that disc over the basket. There's trees directly behind the pin. Be a fun shot that she has coming back. Not a problem. Good save from Holland.
And that little kickback might prove to be useful. You'd rather be on flat ground at the bottom of the hill as opposed to standing on the side of it like we saw Mundahano.
This comes out with a much steeper angle. That is beautiful.
So far, the best drive we've seen. That is pretty close to perfect off of the tee here. Owen on flat ground with an awkward run up.
Looks like we're in the direction.
And Ella Hansen, clean scorecard, and she actually has a birdie look on hole number 8 at the moment, trying to get to 3 under. She'd be the outright leader if so.
Greens in regulation, 86%. Very accurate. You know, when we think of Ella, we think of big power, big drives, but this course, it requires distance, but you need to be accurate. And I think accuracy plays the biggest role in shooting well out on the course. So clearly Ella has it dialed up. And while this is the first time that we're seeing this course be played on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, this course has so much history. It's how many years, Terry?
Well, it's been in play or in some capacity for a couple of decades already. The likes of Greg Hosfeld and Ken Climo and a number of others out here more than 20 years ago. And in the last 10 to 15 years, we've seen Mike Barnett of Sun King Disc host the Throw Down the Mountain event, calling it the Grand Canyon. And it truly just a very special piece of property in which Paul Macbeth and Dylan Cease were able to acquire last year. It was in threat of being bought out by a developer to turn it into houses and other development. And ultimately, Macbeth and Cease got together and were able to secure it and keep it as part of disc golf history. And only watching it grow and thrive and improve upon from the already historic piece of property that it is. It's incredible to see.
And it's amazing that they were able to save it because, I mean, it's not often that you find a piece of land in Florida with this type of elevation. And so this really provides such a challenge, and it's a unique piece of property.
No, because I'd be taking a meter. Okay.
Here's Allie Smith from the hillside.
Yep, nice.
Wow.
It's a drop. And now we have Gannon from a hillside. I feel like we're going to be saying that quite a bit this weekend.
And I believe Allie was getting some sort of relief, because these hillsides, I mean, it's like a sheer cliff wall sometimes. And to be perched on the side, they just want to make sure these players are safe, not hurting themselves. And so, yeah, saw that relief zone that Allie was able to take advantage of.
Beautiful.
Just inside of the tree and carries all the way to the pin. Great shot by Hannah Wynn.
Blind tee shots to blind approaches to the basket. You just don't know what you're faced with until you get up to your lie.
And with that, Hannah will join Hansen at 3 under. Again, co-leader.
She stays safe. That was such a sharp angle that Owen, from the left-hand side, trying to get up the hill and around the corner. Again, she can't see where it landed, so she knows it's close. She'll be happy to find out it's safe.
So even when you do land in the perfect spot on this hole, you still have to deal with this elevation and the slope of the hill, whether it's a standstill or a run-up. Those are things you have to consider. Paige out and around the tree. She'll have a look to save par. I feel like that's one of the first things you should do when you come to this property is you come right to this landing zone and then you practice that uphill run up, getting your footing, getting your timing down just right as you're trying to throw an approach shot here. Not the intended line, and she carries over the fence and out of bounds. It was a huge mistake here by Gannon. Let's take another look. Not sure if it was the timing. It didn't seem like her footing was the issue. Hits the tree and then kicks out of bounds.
And I think the fact that she's trying to throw uphill, trying to get enough power behind that mid-range disc. It was a late release. So as soon as she let go, she knew it wasn't on line.
Missy able to take 2 meters from the barbed wire fence.
I might be.
Typically, when you go out of bounds, you have 1 meter relief. In this case, when we have barbed wire, it's actually 2 meters.
Technically, I just wanted to mark it. I forgot about the 2 meters, so I was like, maybe not with a meter.
2 for barbed wire.
Yeah.
After the bogey on 2, Gannon's going to follow up with some struggle here on 3. Meanwhile, Pierce a step or 2 inside the circle. This is for par. Swift yet confident. Not a problem there for Pierce. Hannah picking up strokes on everyone else here with the birdie. We're going to head over to the tee of 4. We're going to roll the Zuka replay.
With the first tester putt of Paige's round, steps up, gets back into the routine we know so well from Paige, right in the center. There was not a doubt in that putt.
Here's Stacy Kiefer throwing her second on the 4th.
This shot is so fun to see players throw. Slightly uphill. There's plenty of trees providing obstacles. And that will work for Stacy. A nice clean approach.
Stacy Kiefer couldn't get done in Florida. Back in 2022, the Open at Tallahassee. That time a silver event on the tour. Collecting the biggest win of her career. And off to a pretty good start here in 2024.
Yep.
Win will push to the left side of the fairway. Well, she wanted more hyzer. That's going to force it over. Good kick for Pierce. Left of ideal for Owen Scoggins, but she is in the short grass. Here's Hanley throwing her second shot. Just a standstill. You have to be careful of the right side ridge. Very easy for disc to catch edge and then roll down to the OB fence line that's still on the right side. Looks like hers hung on. It was a solid tree hit, but not the worst kick. Stacy moves to 2 under through 4.
So smooth. Fantastic approach from Henna. She had a nice tunnel on the left-hand side of those trees.
Hanley on the board with her first birdie. She's back to par.
This is a tricky shot from Missy. She has to get the height just perfect if she wants to get inside the circle. Early release. Can that fight through on the left side? We'll find out.
Catching up with Jordan Linz up on the 5th. And the straddle putt is good. And a sigh of relief coming from Jordan. And then you saw her sister Morgan also on the same card. Flashing just past the basket. Scoggins getting Paige Pierce excited about the shot.
Being just a foot inside that sawgrass is forcing Paige to reach out, throw a sidearm.
Good out though.
You're there.
Wow, a helpful skip.
That's hung up on the right side. We're seeing a red flag for Stacy. Henna in for par. What a great recovery shot on the second one as she had that standstill. Now Hannah Wynn throwing her second. And not taking advantage of the great drive.
Now this is a fun tee shot to throw, but you need to make sure you got the distance. And it's not a problem for Holland. Hannah quickly stepped up to that approach. And it's her left ankle, that push off ankle for Paige. And you have to think, you know, just on a flat ground putt, you're really relying off of that push from your back foot to give you the momentum to push forward. And that was really tricky with her being on the side hill. Needed even more power and push from her back leg. Let's hope that stayed on the side hill for Missy.
Yeah.
And we talked about it, you know, I don't know, both ankles. If you injured either ankle, I mean, it's such a crucial part to your game. You know, you think about the left ankle, if you're a right-handed thrower, that is your push-off. That is how you're lining up your run up on the tee pad. It's that last push of power that you have when you're releasing your putt. I mean, other way around, I mean, if it's your front foot, it's the last thing you're thinking about as your toe, or your heel is lifting and your toe getting on your toe. Ankles. I mean, every part of your body is so important when you're playing disc golf. If there's one thing you're thinking about, it could send your game off course.
Scoggins will come back to par with that birdie.
Bogey for Hannah. So unexpected after such a great drive.
Never done that before.
What a drive by Hannah.
Incredible. You don't even need a flyover when you could just follow the flight of Hannah's disc right here. Perfectly on line the entire way.
Just a laser. Hanley with her birdie look. Back to back on 4 and 5 for Holland Hanley. She's 1 under. We're going to take a quick break on the network. More action on the other side.
I'm beyond excited to introduce my first disc with MVP, the Prism Proton Envy, also known as Rebirth. The stamp is really special. It's an eagle rising from the flames. It's a disc that I feel like is so versatile, whether it be an approach putter or a throwing putter that can be almost classified as a mid-range. I absolutely love the fact that my name's on it and I'm going to be able to throw it. It's an incredible disc.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
This is the game changer. Step onto the course with the Pure Premium Disc Golf Bag, adding a touch of glamorous flair to your play. Don't miss the exclusive pre-sale at puredisc.net for the best price. Upgrade your game, upgrade your look.
Power Grip is the premier disc golf shop in Central Illinois. With 5 stores in Finland, we're the #1 disc golf shop in all of Europe. And this is our first shop in the United States. With thousands of discs from over 20 brands, we certainly have something for you. If you're just getting started or you're an experienced disc golfer, we're here to help. Visit us today in Bloomington or shop online with free local pickup at powergripusa.com.
And after seeing the park job by Wynn, Pierce follows it up with one of her own. Take another look. The perfect speed. We see the Wynn push it down momentarily, just barely gets over the edge. And Pierce, short look for birdie.
I'll bring you over there to help celebrate. Wow, I bet this was so hard to walk up.
So impressive what we've seen from Henna. Now that is a tap-in birdie to become the outright leader. She's at 4 under through 11. Ella Hansen 1 hole behind her, sitting at 3 under. Stacy Kiefer and Natalie Ryan both 2 under par. On the mark for Gannon. Brian, we're seeing a different pin or tee position. What's going on this weekend compared to what our viewers watched last weekend during the All-Star event?
Yeah, last weekend was kind of a safari layout of 9 holes. They skipped quite a few tees. And yeah, now the course that they're playing is just the one that Paul Macbeth has gotten to kind of come through and redesign for both MPO and FPO. And we were just talking, I was talking with Justin Owens caddy, how solid a hole like this is, just distance-wise, allowing everyone in the division to get there, but also in their own way. And it kind of seems like that's the theme for this course, is you can attack this course really any way you want.
Actually, up there, it's good.
Thank you for the insight, and it looks like we do have a backup on hole number 6. Stop right there. We got more action on the other side. We'll be right back.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket. These are torque-resistant discs, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
Welcome back. We're going to take a look at Black Ink Disc keys for opening out here Val, I know you've got some insight for us. Again, blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, Terry, I'll tell you what my keys are. So I think it's so important for these players to understand elevation, understand how their drives are going to be affected, how if you're going to throw a high-speed disc, how much that disc is going to drift to the left at the end. We know how accurate you need to be if you want to land in the right landing zones. So controlled drives are going to be very important. Then, of course, hiking and huffing up and down these hills, these players are going to have to trust their off-season preparations because it's going to require a lot of endurance. Can they keep it together for 18 holes? Those are two fantastic drives.
Oh my gosh, Hannah, that was great.
Impressing her card mates. You know, Terry, when I think of players that have so much control over their drives, Henna is one of those players. She is so powerful. She has such a smooth reach back, follow through. She's able to execute and hit the lines perfectly, and it's paying off today. I mean, look at this scorecard. She had trouble on hole 4, but besides that, she's been playing so consistent. It's good to see. We've seen Henna's name at the top of the leaderboard for years now. She is still such a young player, and we talk about it. I'm not going to hide from the fact that putting is always an issue for her, but she's seemed to overcome. And there's those keys, Terry. Understand the elevation. Controlled drives are going to lead to success, and endurance. This course is a fun track to play. It's a great season opener. It's going to require all the skill sets from these players right off the bat. And if you don't have any one of these keys, you're going to be struggling to shoot well.
Big shout out and thanks to our friends over at Flight Factory. They're providing our beautiful drone images all year long. Use code Olympus for 15% off all season long. I would use that code sooner than later. I'm not sure Olympus will be the code for the entire season, as my copy might have said. But, yeah, get out there and use it now. Olympus, 15% off.
You know this company? What's she's yelling? Oh, there's people over there.
She's cut down.
I thought she was telling us about
There's a banana down there.
I feel like maybe they're branding.
She's talking on the phone. What do you think? There's nobody over there.
Yeah.
Just yelling at nature. For us, therapy. We all therapy.
For like 2016, Simon.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's actually, it's grown out, but it's the Disc Golf Network logo on my back of my head. Well, that's cool.
Missy's husband, Tom, making sure to be careful out there. You gotta, remove all debris. Any major slips on those tee pads.
Oh, it's right there.
And it was confirmed during the press conference, Val, that Tom did in fact throw 600 feet plus during last weekend's exhibition. He wasn't in the contest, but he went out there and practiced as if he was, threw over 600 feet.
That's no fluke.
No, Missy said it was the best shot she's ever seen from him, and she's seen most of his shots.
He can literally, if he wants to ace, that's going to ace.
Yeah, he's crazy.
I'm just going to ace this.
Missy also went on to say that Tom knows Missy's game better than, well, maybe even she does. He's there as support and caddy week in and week out. Very special partnership and relationship that they have on and off the course, as Henna with an eagle bid is going to put it next to the basket. That's going to be another tap-in birdie for her.
Yeah, you know. Pedestrian 600.
It's amazing. We just were like, this is crazy. Just running around. I'd be like, I can't believe he's still over our house. We're like, you can't do that with a driver. It was a JC AVR just beating him.
She taught me everything I know, so.
You heard it there, folks. Missy taught Tom everything he knows. We'll see if Missy can bust out a 600-foot drive.
Just off the fairway, we see Paige Shue finding the short grass again. Holland Hanley throwing her second. Inside the circle with the birdie look.
A fantastic drive, dead center of the fairway, and dials up her second shot with such accuracy. Stacy getting over on this one. Just a bit short. Strange reaction off the sawgrass, but helpful. She's going to have an open putt just at circle's edge.
Cadence Burge, long birdie look from circle 2. Buries it.
Wow. She's getting on the highlight reel for putts today, saving another par.
Actually, I think that was on 12, so that's going to update to a birdie for her.
There we go. That's
even better, right?
Good update.
Stick around. We're going to have eagle looks.
We were talking about it before the show today. There's a new statistic of the total distance of putting that each player will have in their round. And I think Candace, she might be leading.
Hannah with now a 2-shot lead after that tap-in birdie.
And I'm kicking myself. Sorry. Cadence. I knew I said her name wrong as soon as I said it.
Early season. We're still in just gearing up here for 2024, Val.
Thanks, Terry. The wind is picking up at the top of this hill for these drives.
Very favorable roll and that kick back out. I was just going to say there is such a premium on the short grass of this particular drive. Missy had gone too far. You need the hyzer the entire way. because if you go too far and too straight, you'll find yourself in the long grass or get caught up. And you may not even, if you don't get around the initial corner, you're not going to have any chance to get to the pin on the second shot.
Come on, right there.
Well, there's no lack of power on that drive for Paige.
Oh, I watched this Michael Jordan interview.
Oh yeah, you did.
Overstable fairway disc, released at an extreme hyzer angle. But I think she found the out of bounds long.
Gonna roll the Zuka replay. Left side chain just not quite on center enough for Stacy.
No way. What a great putt. She's dealing with the wind there, and of course the sawgrass blades, moving and shifting in front of her face. That was a great putt.
And Paige gets the kick off the rock. Comes back in bounds for just a moment, but then is going to finish about 1.5 feet OB.
I don't even know how to stand on this one.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Just something awesome from you.
Brian, if you're down there where Paige just was, can you clarify what the rule is? I guess we were assuming that was out of bounds. Is that just for spectators, or what were we seeing from Paige's second shot there?
So there is a little pocket of out of bounds, but it's really a small pocket. So she was actually safe, but just in a terrible spot, just no angle to advance the fairway. So, yeah, kind of an interesting lie there.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. I guess we got ourselves turned around.
Yeah.
If that stays clean, and it doesn't, she's still in the short grass. What I'm reading in the caddy book, it says OB marked spectator area on the right, and okay, I get it. So that seems as if maybe that's just a little cutout, and then so the left of where she was actually inbounds. Okay, that makes perfect sense as I'm looking at the caddy book now. Certainly a little confusing there for a moment because it acts almost as if a pond, it's a pond OB, so to speak, and she was left, which is the inbound section. Early season making me think too much here, Val.
We're all in trouble if that's the case. Smooth drive from Holland. Great line. Nice, easy skip up toward the pin. And it's fortunate that Hannah was able to get past this clump of sawgrass still in her reach back, and I believe she was thinking about it just a bit. Not thinking as much on the release as she should have.
That's a good-looking drive there for Henna. She'll have another tunnel shot for her second. She navigated most of where you want to be on that particular fairway off the tee. We'll take a look at Natalie Ryan's scorecard, currently sitting at 3 under. Last year, during the Throwdown the Mountain 8 here, she came out victorious in a playoff, and right now she's one of our front runners at 3 under.
Did it roll?
No, just check over there. Perfect.
Pierce with her fourth, just over the top of the basket, trying to save par from long range.
So after another great drive, one of the farthest of the group, Hannah messes up that approach shot. So now just going to be dropping in for a bogey. I mean, par 4. Not the line I thought she was going to throw, and hitting the ground, rolling to the right.
And a very slow start for Hanley, but she's turned it around with 4 birdies in a row. Scoggins from circle 2. Likely a par in store.
Okay. I thought I might be out too.
Page able to save bogey. And Scoggins short tap in for the par. Gannon also moves on with a par. Hanley teeing on 8, but this one's too low.
Too low to be a park job. But we did see her make a putt of that distance in the All-Star weekend in the downpour rain. But we know she has the power to reach this basket.
And that's turned over. Could be trouble for Stacy. inbounds, but in trouble.
I mean, it's a very adaptable species.
And this is a relatively new set of stairs that's been implemented here. One of the uphill climbs that you have to get to hole number 7. And speaking of hole 7, let's take a look at what they're trying to do here, Val.
Hole 7, a shorter hole compared to ones that we've seen previously. This is a par 3. And when you get a par 3 on this course, you need to make sure you're hitting your line to give yourself a look at a birdie. Another tunnel shot at trees on the left and the right. And then the basket's perched here on a slight slide hill. So as you're coming into the green at the hyzer angle, you want to make sure that you're landing nice and soft so that your disc stays next to the basket. And this distance is absolutely within reach for everyone in this division. It's just about hitting the line.
I feel like that was one of the big takeaways that I heard in the press conference yesterday, is players talking about how this course is very scoreable and attackable. Obviously, you have to have the accuracy because you can be punished on any given shot that's off the mark, but it seems as if the women really enjoy the layout that they're presented with here this weekend. And with that, I'll throw it out to Brian, who's dodging discs out there. Brian, could you project a score? Is there anything you've been thinking about on the FPO side after hearing what they said about the course?
Yeah, it seems like the players are talking about it being pretty challenging, but also with the skill level being raised across the board here, I'm still saying a few under is going to be a very solid score.
That'll be Circle's edge for Pierce. And after the cut roll for Henna, not really a birdie look here. I think she'll be more than content just to get up and down for par, but she almost rings it up anyway.
Ooh, okay. You gotta be holding your breath anytime you see your approach disc or your putter catch edge on these greens. The wind is swirling.
Well, the whiskers are confusing. So, but I'm just inside, right? Well, either way, I would be inside.
Uphill straddle, generating the right amount of power is usually the biggest challenge there. Missy with too much.
I feel like every missed putt from Missy has been right on line. It has been in the center of the basket. A few that are too low, that one too high.
A good bid from Pierce from about 28 feet. Not quite enough, though, to get it to drop. You called it, Val. You were talking about Holland and how she canned a long one from that similar distance last weekend. Almost doing it again as we rolled the Zuka replay. Just short.
I thought that was going to be a nice easy layup for her, but it had plenty of power. And it's a good backdrop. Of course, you don't want to hit the front of the cage because easily roll down the hill. Henna on 14's tee.
Making it look easy. You have to get onto that upper shelf off the tee. And that's Stacy trying to save her par. And it looks like her first bogey of the day is coming up. Favorable rollout for Scoggins. That's going to give her an open look on the approach. Now, the one challenge with this particular hole, not only does it go down and then back up the hill, but if you're throwing a backhand and it stalls out to the left side, you could find OB, because this actually kind of parallels what we're seeing on 18. 18's playing down the hillside, so 18's landing zone is just left of the fairway of this particular hole. So you have to turn something over and have it continue to turn, otherwise you could stall into OB.
And understanding the elevation on this tee shot. Anything that you're throwing that's straight down the fairway, that disc is going to carry to the left. That's what you're saying. Working the disc, making sure you're staying to the right. It's about the release. It's about the disc choice. What a great line from Paige. She's going to have a look from there.
Nobody wants to hit a spot. Like the trickiest one to have to throw it to.
We want to again thank FlightFactoryDisc.com for the beautiful drone images that we're going to be getting throughout this entire weekend. As we said earlier, use code Olympus just this weekend and you can get yourself 15% off. FlightFactoryDisc.com. Scan the code right there on your screen or head on over. Also based right out of Florida. Hanley on the tee of 9.
There's so many beautiful holes on this course. And a drive does not get much better than that.
Take another look. Hanley less than a foot from ringing this up last weekend for ace. Seems to have it dialed in here in the opening round, just deep of the pin. You have a backstop, so you can be very aggressive with the drive. And she hits the line beautifully.
And that's what you want. You want to give yourself an opportunity on that hole. You don't want to come up short. And she had some amazing drives last weekend and looking like she's in the groove. This has been a good start to her season so far. The 2 rounds in the exhibition matches.
The amount of straw and mulch that has been put down since last weekend to help the course mend and dry up. I know Brian said it earlier, but Nick Carl and the local crew, along with our Disc Golf Pro Tour on-site operations and staff, working overtime after that very soggy weekend during the All-Stars last weekend. Wynn is caught up. She's going to need a long-range putt to save par. Good height and draws some metal. Unfortunately, though, she's going to walk away with a bogey.
It's always challenging to get enough power behind a putt when you're extended like this and on a knee. Any putt that hits the basket short is likely to roll.
Paige has a small window that she's working with. We're contemplating at least which one she wants to take. Trying to punch it through and almost gets it to fall. And a good effort by Pierce, but you called it, Val. The likelihood of something getting up and rolling away, that's exactly what we saw by Pierce. This is going to be behind where she just putt from. In fact, maybe double the distance and blind and still has to worry about the angle. So punishing. This could be trouble. That needs to sit as well, and it does. I feel my heart rate increasing after watching that.
That's a risk that you know can come into play. But Paige, that was a short putt. I don't argue with her for going with that at all. It's a very tricky green.
Go for it.
Is what I would say to most people besides Owen. She made that look like she had her eyes closed. Not like there's a huge drop-off hill behind the basket.
And Hannah waiting on everyone else because she was the only one within the group to get up onto this initial ledge. So everyone else has already thrown their second and then some, and now Hannah throwing her second on 14. That is a birdie for Hanley. On a roll, picking up 5 birdies in the last 6 holes for Holland Hanley. And welcome in, everyone. I think one of the most exciting things, we're seeing Paige return, we're seeing some new sponsorships, we're seeing all of those things for me, one of the most exciting components of today, it's just been the weather. I know they're dealing with winds that they didn't have last weekend, but the sunshine, everything looks relatively dry. Seems like a pretty good day down there in Brooksville.
It does. And the wind is making it interesting, especially with these elevated tees and the elevated baskets these players are having to putt on. I think that keeps it interesting because we're getting into the season on a very difficult course. The length, I mean, this is a very long course, and then you get the elevation. It's breaking these players in, to say the least. And, you know, if you're not ready, if you haven't prepared yourself well enough in that off season, this course is going to be a shock to the system, but it gets us started off on a fun note. It's been fun to watch so far.
Yeah, as you say, a shock to the system, because when you think of Florida golf, you don't think of a piece of property like this and what they're being challenged with here this weekend.
And it's requiring all the shots in the bag. You know, we're not on this wide open course where you're seeing a lot of hyzers or big distance shots. It's requiring a lot of controlled drives and forcing players to use different angles and different disc speeds.
And Stacy Kiefer a moment ago, you saw that drive. Great bounce back after she just took a bogey. Now Henna throwing her third. And that one gets caught up. So not much progress. Well, that's the definition of a bounce back. The one bogey followed up by a birdie. Nice work there by Stacy. Here we are on hole 9, Val.
Hole 9, another elevated tee pad. Shooting down this tunnel. You got to get through these two upright trees right off the bat. And you can choose the flight of the disc in a couple of different ways. We've seen the players throw that laser beam just riding this right-hand side, or you can throw more of an S-shaped shot, starting off with an anhyzer, and then it can swoop through those last trees and hyzer back to get into this bowl where the basket is placed. Like you mentioned, you could really power this drive because you have that cliff behind the basket. It's not going to go too far, but it can be a challenging putt coming back.
Off the mark with too much angle there for Scoggins. Caddy and husband Justin there, maybe assessing what was going on during that shot.
Come on.
And look at what the wind is doing to that tee shot, just up and down, constantly pushing it everywhere.
Yeah.
You see the flags there indicating almost as if it's a headwind, but Brian said it earlier, with these cliff sides and these various hills, really tough to get a consistent read throughout the entire hole. Paige seems to have it dialed in though. And near bullseye hit for Paige Pierce, looking for a birdie. The fourth for Henna. Trouble. That is a world of hurt down on that right-hand side. Well, to be frank, right or left-hand side. You're playing along a spine on that particular hole, and if you're off too far left or right, the second or third shot can be very challenging to get to the pin. Buchanan, a nice forehand right next to the basket. Should be a tap in par.
Fantastic. Riding that ridge on the right-hand side. The wind didn't seem to affect that as much as we've seen other drives. We'll see what the putt looks like. It can be so challenging to not just hit the line that you're expecting to hit. You know, that's one thing. But then judge what the wind's going to do and how it's really going to affect your disc as soon as you release it. A lot of these shots require such accuracy, and if you have, you know, just the slightest angle and allowing the wind to affect the disc, it could really send you off the fairway deep. That was a nice approach.
And picking up 4 birdies in the last 5 holes, we see Natalie Ryan now at 5 under as she's almost 2/3 of the way through the course.
And look at how the course finishes up. Par 4s and par 5s. No more par 3s left ahead of Natalie Ryan. Great putt from Owen, just outside the circle. What a par. I mean, way off the fairway to an okay approach, rolls to the circle's edge, and a massive putt. It could have easily stayed in the basket, but just too much on the right-hand side for Hannah.
And Pierce with the birdie. Hannah with a par look. She's inside circle 1 from one knee, and it's just a bit low. So she's going to give 1 back to the course with that. Holland throwing her 3rd after pitching up to this spot. Just hoping to get up and down and walk away with a bogey. And it looks like the wind is picking up. Started the day around 8 to 10 miles an hour. Expecting anywhere from 15 to 20. And after that bogey by Henna, we see Natalie out in front, solo first place at 5 under. Evelina Salonen sitting at 2 under through 11 holes. Haley King, who's talked a lot about her off-season routine and regimen and doing additional workouts, and even how she's going to keep her routine while she's on the road. She sits at 1 under through 12.
Paige Pierce in our top 10 at 1 over. We do want to see those scores at under par in this first round. We know that it's an attackable course. We know that birdies are plenty. And we're already seeing Natalie Ryan off to such a great start. Top 7 competitors under par. There's a lot of out of bounds. It's all about hitting your lines. Can these players keep it going? Keep playing aggressive. Keep attacking this course. As I mentioned, we've got some interesting holes to finish up with. There's 4 par 4s, 3 par 5s from hole 12 and on.
Let's take a look at hole number 10 here, Val.
Hole 10, we're riding this ridge line on the right-hand side. It's a pretty steep drop-off, but this is the line that players want to throw. So you need to make sure that you're hitting it right down the center of this gap, avoiding these trees on the left or that ride down the middle of the fairway, because that will kick you down to the right. And if you hit that line perfectly, like many of these tee shots, you will give yourself an opportunity to score.
Stacy from circle 2 is off the basket.
That was quite a kick. Let's see if she's able to recover from there. It went over the hill. Tie for 5th, and look at this comeback putt, Terry.
Slightly uphill and obstructed. And that's going to hurt. Short range for Shu. And after such a brutal kick and drive to that right-hand side, Helen Hanley's able to ultimately get up and down and escape with a bogey here. But after what she's been doing over the last few holes, we'll see how she handles that momentum and the halt that she's momentarily put on it.
Yeah, I mean, that's as good as you can get from where her tee shot landed. Stacy, on the other hand, from birdie to bogey, that one's going to hurt. Perfectly in the center of the fairway.
And speaking of that fairway, hole number 15, you can watch that in its entirety all weekend long. If you're a pro subscriber, you get an additional feed to give you hole 15 among a bunch of other awesome benefits. But you're taking a look, we have 3 different tiers. And if you're a PDGA member, you also get significant discounts. Head on over. Subscribe today to the Disc Golf Network. We want to thank everybody that's out there watching the action this first free day on YouTube, but I'd love for you to join us over on the network for the rest of the weekend.
Can't hit every gap, can you?
A self-assessment coming from Piers.
Okay.
Hung that out too far to the right. She gets knocked down.
And Gannon, perfect shot under the basket. Tap in birdie coming on 10. Such a small window to remain clean here off the tee of 10. Both right and left, and also a low ceiling. And, well, Missy Gannon has it dialed in.
I am not sure she'd be able to replicate that in 100 drives. What help she got from the tree. It could have easily just kicked her right like it does for many other players, but continues to fly straight and then even gets a bonus skip off the ground at the end. Still had plenty of power. And Missy's going to need a little help today. It's been a little bit up and down in this front 9. Now she's looking at a birdie to start off the back.
I'll take my... I'll go. Okay, this works. I just hit that gap and have some...
You'll have a look. Get out there.
Alright. That's it. Right here. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Oh!
Well, there's a mix of emotions that we're hearing from Paige.
I mean, I'm sitting back looking at this shot going, that's a wall of trees. Paige clearly saw a window. That second kick is going to keep her down on that hillside.
Hanley on the tee of 11. Currently tied for third with our good friend Ella Hansen. And we saw the route earlier by Henna in terms of the laser that she threw to about 5 feet from the pin. Brian, we know you're out there on 10. Talk to us about the strategy on this hole and maybe convey to the viewers just how difficult it really is here.
Yeah, this is just another really cool line, Terry. I mean, you kind of have a high floor with that hill, but then you also have a really low ceiling. So the window you have to hit is small enough as it is, but then also it kind of prevents you from throwing a flat shot to throw underneath that low ceiling. So it kind of forces you to throw some sort of really precise hyzer flip to get there. This is a really, really cool pro level par 3.
And I love seeing this pin position. Typically, if you've seen this layout in the past or played rounds here or seen rounds, the pin is about 50 feet longer. And for our FPO division, they've shortened it. I think that makes it just that much more attackable. Rarely would you have seen a birdie in the past, but as Missy Gannon just proved, you can certainly get there. Pierce struggling mightily at the moment. That's an aggressive bid for bogey. And likely getting up and rolling. At least that's what her caddy is indicating. he seemed more flustered by it than she was.
She's talking him down. It's okay.
And back-to-back par 5s out here on holes 14 and 15. And Henna playing for position. That left side will be just fine. She'll be able to give it more of a hyzer angle on the next shot. Hanley's second. We'll see if she can save the par. So the bid from circle 2 doesn't draw any metal. Meanwhile, I think Missy Gannon's had the chance to drive to Orlando, get on a ride, and come all the way back from an amusement park. She's just sitting around waiting for everyone else to get out of her way. Triple bogey for Pierce. And that will be a 4-stroke swing between Pierce and Gannon as Missy taps in from inside the bullseye. And it looks like Hannah did push too far left or too far forward, and that's pinching off her line here, trying to get around the bend. You do have OB on the right side to deal with.
And I think that's such an interesting strategy from Henna. We know she has the power to get another 50, 80 feet down the fairway, but she chose that second shot just to play it short.
And a good recovery from Hanley that's going to leave her with a par on 11. Less than 25 feet here left for Hannah, and waiting maybe for the wind just to give her a little bit of a break.
It's a very exposed basket. The wind swirling. And another putt.
Yeah, the few misses we've seen from her have been on that short left side. And our Canna current conditions show us 71 degrees. The humidity's very moderate at 68%. Coming out of the south, we see a 21 mile per hour wind. Brian, still rain in the forecast for the MPO round, or are the women going to be clear? What are we looking at?
I mean, it looks like for the entirety of the women's round, it's going to be totally fine. It's said that the rain is about to develop later in the day, but I don't know. It's just one of those days, Terry, where it doesn't look like that's going to happen, but I'm going to go find some wood and knock on it right now.
Very windy conditions at 21 miles per hour out there. Gannon fights through. She'll have a look.
Although the Canna current conditions said that it was the wind is coming from the south, that seems very consistent, but on these fairways it just starts to swirl. It's tough to judge what the wind's going to do down in these valleys or up on the hills. All the players need to focus on is just throwing the line, and if the wind affects it, it's likely to going to affect everybody else's shot. But wow, what a drive from Hannah. I got so much distance. Kept clear of all the trees on the right-hand side.
Good kick, but it'll still be short for Pierce.
And just listening to the conversations between her and her caddy and just what Paige has been saying out loud after each shot. I mean, she has her expectations at a moderate level. She's not putting a ton of pressure on this first round, this first comeback round on tour.
Looks like we've caught up with our leader in Natalie Ryan. And she's ahead on 12, and this is a birdie look, but caught up. And then from there, she'd go on to make par.
I'm looking at our top players right now, the players that are shooting the best. I mean, if you saw those first 6 players all the way down to Haley King, you'd think this was a distance competition. You'd think that this course was for big boomers. I mean, every one of those players can throw well over 400 feet, but they are throwing some accurate shots, and they're allowing that distance to be the advantage to get them farther down the fairway. Sorry, Owen, I'm counting you out of that distance competition, but you're still shooting under par.
Well, and it's interesting because Owen was comparing this course and talking about it as to where she won last year at the D-Glow, and she thought that some of these lines were even tougher and tighter to hit. And we see that not quite entirely clean so far today. Paige, aggressive with her second.
I think that worked out pretty well for how steep of a hillside Hannah had in that view. Let's see if Missy can keep it going. Circle's edge look extremely uphill for this birdie putt.
Oh, yeah.
No problem for Gannon. She's going to run it in. What a great birdie by Missy. Take another look. Right side, good height. Maybe a touch on the high side, but gets it to fall in. Win for par. Scoggins also in for the par. Paige will have the short tap in for par herself. She'll remain at 4 over. Hole 16 with Henna. Evelina Salonen currently tied for 4th. She sits at 3 under, 2 back of our leader. Our leader being Natalie Ryan now on the tee. And appears to have hit the line. Natalie navigating the initial tunnel shot here required. Just trying to get to the corner, and I think that's going to be short.
We're seeing Missy Gannon climbing her way back. Missy was sitting at 2 over through 8 holes. Now back-to-back birdies on the last 2 holes brings her to even par. Tie for 8th. Trying to get to the under par scores. That's some very solid shooting. But as I'm looking through all the scorecards, we don't have a single player out there, specifically in this top 10, that has gotten away scot-free. Everyone has found a little bit of trouble, has gotten a bogey on their scorecard. But it's how you bounce back.
Seeing a few backups and other players moving into position, so we're going to stand down for just a few moments. We'll see you on the other side.
The Pixel makes putting so effortless, which is exactly what I wanted from this disc, that I can just put it on the line and then just let the disc slow float to the chains. For me, always, the more a putter beats in, the more magic it has inside, so hit those chains.
An important part of getting a PDJ membership is helping grow the game. Membership dollars are used to bolster competition of all levels, from local C-tiers to majors. Tools like Digital Scorecard and Tournament Manager help events run seamlessly. Your PDJ membership also gives you access to Disc Golf Network coverage for select events and a 50% discount to their full coverage package. Help grow the sport and get started today. Visit pdja.com/join.
Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Disc that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. This plastic is perfect for players with lower arm speeds as well as beginners. They can also be a great complement to the regular weight version of a disc that's already in your bag. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
To reinvent means looking to the future, seeing greatness for a new generation. With the passion to perform and the talent to win, the time is now. The future is here.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
Welcome back, as we're going to take a little look as to what we've seen here in round 1 of our Chess.com Invitational. Stacy Kiefer, a long putt on hole number 2. She was off to a great start. Cadence Burge, huge putt to save par. Just had a couple of those, I feel like, today. And Hannah Blomroos has been really just trucking along throughout the entire day. Some really solid driving, some great putting. And Paige Pierce, along with the rest of the card, getting up onto the platform here. As she's inside the bullseye, she'd go on to pick up a birdie. And now rejoining Henna. So Henna not quite to the corner where she could go with the preferred backhand. However, even after the rollout there, she'll have a look to save par.
What an approach. I mean, if we're in a Finnish sidearm competition, Evelina led on that one. Oh, wow, and great attempt from Natalie.
Our second to last feature card here of the day, just teeing off here on 12. Paige will have to find the line that she wants to attack the basket with. When you're out in this short grass, you're going to have just a scattering of trees between you and the basket. There's plenty of gaps and lines that are big enough. It's just a matter of choosing the right one. And Stacy will have similar decision making to do.
After her sidearm rolled out to this distance, got 40 feet left, and gives up on it right away.
And that will be a bogey for Henna. And her good friend Evelina will be tapping in for the birdie. Natalie in for birdie. Take another look at our top 10. Natalie and Evelina on the same card together. As they sit at 6 and 4 under respectively. Ella Hansen sitting at 4 under. Holland Hanley and Henna both at 3 under par. Like the only name that we're used to seeing otherwise on a leaderboard is, of course, our world champion, Kristen Tatar. She will be joining us come Waco.
They got like fruit snacks and Here, hold it by this. Try to be like, all three just have missed each other.
Well, here's your answer as to what happens during backups.
It's funny because I haven't really done it that much. I've just many people do it. Yeah.
Only about 10 years behind that trend, Owen. Evelina up on the shelf. We spoke earlier about Henna being the only card mate to get on to this first initial platform. We see Evelina doing it there a moment ago with no problem. And a good line from Natalie. There is the threat of pushing too far. If somehow you can get on top there, if you push too far, too straight, you'll be in that sawgrass, and that is a world of trouble. And we're going to take a look at Evelina's scorecard. Back-to-back birdies on 12 and 13, and you called it, Val, par 5, 5, 4, 4, and 5 to close out on this track.
Just the trouble with the bogey on hole 4. One of the more difficult holes for our entire field. But she has been able to pick up birdies on a lot of those par 3s.
This is what I was talking about with the gaps. You out there in the opening, and then of course you'd like to push as close as you can so that navigating around those trees is a little bit easier, but there are plenty of gaps and holes to the basket. Not quite clean though for Shu.
Great overview of this hole. You see the OB line on the left-hand side.
And in standard tradition, whenever you're seeing this hole, there's almost always some kind of ornaments or something out there in the fairway. Normally it says like TDTM for Throw Down the Mountain. We see the Paul Macbeth logo out there now featured in the fairway. It's kind of a standing tradition on this particular hole. Some of you have seen it in social media. This is the very hole that Paul Macbeth had put it about that close on his eagle shot a few years ago at Throw Down the Mountain. And traditionally, I think we see the MPO play from a longer tee than the FPO does. They actually are at a higher tier on the hillside. Nonetheless, a very impressive drive. And that is short for Valerie. That is an unforced error. Trying to get to the green here of 12. And this is what happens if you don't get up and over the ledge off of the tee shot here. And Cynthia Ricciardi owning it. Just shin deep, about to be knee deep if she keeps going. Trying to locate her driver.
So I'm not seeing the water marked. So this is not water that's typically on this course. Is that correct?
It can be there during just kind of any kind of a wet time of the year. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. After all of that rain last week, obviously that contributed to it. Oh my gosh, I just keep thinking about walking around out there. You see Maria Oliva kind of giving it an effort, and understandably, there's no reason for anyone else to go in there the way that Cynthia is. This is not going to help the speed of play either, as we see Paige Shu tap in. Stacy's going to tap in, and Holland is in for birdie. Let's take a look at it. Playing currently is the second easiest, Val.
Yeah, we see this beautiful tee shot here. There's a lot of space once you get out of that first initial gap. We've got that OB line on the left-hand side. So what I want to see from these players, I want to see that hitting the center of the fairway on their drive, but then allowing the disc to finish off to the right. You got to get past these trees on the right-hand side, but then it's pretty wide open. If you land short of these trees, you're going to have the choice of which line and which alley you want to throw down. And it's got to be an accurate second shot to get up near the basket to give yourself a look. This hole measures over 600 feet. The elevation can really make this attackable.
And just as I thought it was going to start hyzering out hard to the left side, gets a couple more wind bounces, and then ultimately does come down. Brian, it seems like the wind is doing whatever it wants out there. Is there, well, what would be your pro tip? Maybe that's the best question for you.
Try to keep it below the canopy of these trees. It feels like the wind is really strong up top, but down here in the bottom of the bowl, so to speak, it feels like it's not too terrible, but you can hear it just swirling all around us. So just try to put yourself in play.
That one with a lower line of release for Hannah. And Pierce is going to get past the camera operator, and that's going to be a long drive and a very, very short approach for Pierce.
Of course it's your drive. She's on 2 bucks.
Cynthia Ricciardi still apparently searching for her disc. Now you have 3 minutes to locate your disc. This is already going to be known as out of bounds, and you could still use your 3 minutes to locate the disc. But once that 3 minutes is exhausted, we definitely have to move on. And knowing she's up ahead, of course, of a final few cards that have yet to play, this is, well, that's a good way for backups to get started. Not that I don't want her to get her disc, but you got to give it the 3 minutes and then move on. Otherwise, you're going to be punishing really the rest of the field. Guessing it's one of her favorite discs that she'd like to have for some of these remaining par 4s and 5s, as she still has 15 through 18 to play. And Val, I said it earlier, Kristen is maybe the only name that we're not seeing out there that we're used to seeing on top of a leaderboard. But are there any other surprises or anything that stands out to you?
You know, I think it's the fact that these are big distance throwers. I think that's a common thread between these names that we see at the bottom of our screen. It's players that you would expect to see playing well on the big wide open course, but this provides so much challenge. You got the elevation, it's very technical, there's a lot of wooded holes, but maybe we do say that these big distance throwers have that advantage because they're able to get farther down the fairway and makes those next shots or the second shot on the par 4 a little bit shorter, a little bit more easy to control. They can disc down and have more control over what they're throwing. So even though it is a technical course, we're seeing that our big, powerful throwers, they have quite an advantage and are able to get closer to the pin and able to score a little bit lower.
See, Holland, Evelina, Hannah, and Ella all were in our distance competition last weekend. And somehow it's paying off here as well, even though we've talked about just how tight these lines are. Maybe it's a matter of what disc they're able to throw, whether they're clubbing up or clubbing down, so on and so forth, that may be leading to some of their success here today.
And I think that's interesting that Ohm was comparing this course to D-Glow and the toboggan course up and down the hills. And who won that? It was Owen. Owen with the controlled shots, not quite the distance of a lot of our big throwers in the field. So we'll see how that shakes up for the rest of the weekend and if our big throwers can still stay on top.
circle's edge for Gannon.
Nice shot.
Win now also inside the circle. Here's Scoggins.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're gonna make any budget.
I'm like, oh, I don't hit that.
That's it goes straight. I bet you're gonna
I know we've cut back here. If this is still concurrent to the other, yeah, this is way too long.
Did it hit and then just hit the wall and float?
Like if this has been running in real time, I believe that's been the case, and if so, they need to move on. That is not okay. And I know everyone's going to come at me and yell at me about enforcing rules, but you have 3 minutes, and the entire division and the entire broadcast and just really the overall fairness and rules of play say move on.
And I'm with you, Terry. And think, they haven't even really discussed where she's going to take her shot from. So that still needs to happen. Once they've stopped looking, now what do you do? Where do you take that shot?
Gannon knew it was low out of her hand, so that's going to be a missed birdie opportunity. Win for birdie. Normally the putting's so solid, but not able to convert there. Pierce making very light work of the 12th. Scoggins doing the same. Pair of pars and a pair of birdies here on 12. Got the demanding tunnel shot of 13 coming up, along with the second shot. That's also very difficult. Back with Holland Hanley now.
Out to the right, the more open line, and that's a nice job for her approach. She should be inside the circle.
So Cynthia's disc was declared lost, and now she is going back to the tee, throwing her third. We'll have to pull up the caddy book to see exactly what is declared out of bounds, and you heard her talking about getting a spot from her card mates and if she was being led astray or if she just wasn't in the right area. Ultimately, it sounds like they've gone to the tee. She's throwing 3 from there on the par 5. I'll say it again, and this is not to harp necessarily on her, but you have 3 minutes. You have to move on. That is just the overall fairness to the entire division. Regardless if there's a backup ahead or behind you, you don't want to add to it. You got to make that decision after 3 minutes.
Right, and the rules have changed through the years, but lost disc, they can't find the disc, so the player now takes it from their previous lie, which for Cynthia was her tee shot. So there was no discussion on where it hit or where it was last seen. You go back to your previous lie and then throw from there. And from the caddy book, all I'm seeing is an OB line on the left-hand side. So that is just some casual standing water that the disc is just, it's gone, not being able to locate it. And it was a murky little area of water.
And Haley King has a birdie look on 15. And you would have been able to see all of those shots if you're a pro subscriber, as we have hole 15 on lockdown on our pro subscription. And with that, Haley moves into a tie for 4th as she sits at 3 under. Holland in for par. Val, you and I are old enough to remember that lost disc used to be 2 minutes. You had to search for it. And a number of years ago, that was increased to 3. Owen's reaction kind of tells you everything there.
And it's always a good rule of thumb, once you get to an area where a disc may be lost from your disc, possibly, or another player's, declare that you're starting the clock. Have that starting time, and then everybody in the group can start looking for the disc. And everybody needs to look for the disc or make an effort, or it's a courtesy violation.
I wanted it too bad.
And I'm going to call out to Brian. I feel like that's the quote-unquote traditional route that we've seen everybody throw. Brian, what was Paige trying to attempt? Is that some kind of hero route?
There's a route there, Terry, and if you can hit that really tight gap, it takes you to the straightest second shot that you could possibly get up to the basket. So I get why she was doing it. But yeah, the more open route is going straight with that turnover, but you have a lot more scattered trees you then have to deal with later on.
Yeah, she's the only competitor that we've seen take this route today. Her reaction almost immediately after releasing it kind of tells you how she feels about the execution.
And then over here. All right, we're going to go. Oh, those putters were out?
Yeah, you left them.
I'm going to
A little room for error hitting that tee shot. So now it's going to require such accuracy to get up and down. That's a line.
That was a soul.
Yeah! Throwing frisbees. We got everything. Oh no, you're buzzed.
Yeah, that one's always so hard.
Brian, you weren't about to leave Paige hanging. Her caddy wasn't quite on it, but you were there for it.
Terry, that was just an old school, it's just such a satisfying line to watch. Really flippy mid-range. She kind of dialed back on it, shortened up, kind of pretended like it was kind of an old school catch disc. Pretty sweet shot.
Fair to say they're having some fun out there, even if it's not her best golf?
Oh, yeah. This is just Paige Pierce golf in a nutshell, Terry. Did you forget?
Throwing shots, having a good time. It doesn't get any better than that.
forehand by Natalie Ryan.
Hey, that's fine. Could have got ugly.
And it really helps to throw a good drive on this shot, really shortening up the second. So many obstacles in the way. There's so many trees for every player on their second shot, and if you can make that shot just a little bit shorter, it's going to make this a lot easier. We see this wide open route over the hill. What Missy's lining up right here with a nice easy forehand. If you're left short on your drive, it makes that shot so much more challenging. Oh, and a late tree kick sends her off to the right.
Okay. I think probably meet it, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Solid forehand by Evelina. Win, draw some metal.
I'm glad that Paige didn't get too greedy. Looked like a fun shot to go for, to try and run, but it's nice and easy layup.
Another forehand coming from Natalie, and that will be right next to the pin. Natalie last year did not have any top 10s at DGPT or majors in her 2023 season. She did, however, win this Throwdown the Mountain that took place on this very property, slightly different configuration. That was a PDGA A-tier event. She won in a playoff. However, no top 10s at DGPT elite events or majors. This hole has seen a number of different configurations and looks throughout the years, ranging everything from a 280-foot, very aceable hole all the way to this version, which I think was just introduced on the course in the last 2 or 3 years. Undergoing constant tweaking, so to speak, and then when Paul Macbeth and Dylan Cease took over, Paul, along with Ken Climo and a number of others, came out and decided on what this configuration would look like. Also immediately adding professional tee pads, which has been the #1 challenge on this property, is not having any kind of permanent tee pad structure, as it was only played as a temporary layout for about 4 to 6 weeks out of the year. So if you haven't been there since last year, the tee pads alone are a massive improvement. So Cynthia Riccietti has a double bogey putt, and it's in.
Oh my gosh. Wow, she's going to be talking about hole 14 after the round.
For a number of reasons, as she connects from circle 2. And then ultimately runs it down. Maybe just trying to dry off her socks and shoes. I don't know. On the 15th. That's pulled to the right, and it'll filter into the, we'll say right side of fairway.
These turnovers are carrying so far to the right. No chance of coming back to the fairway.
And this weekend, hole 15 is one of the featured holes that you get with your pro subscription. And checking out some other new things for 2024 are 60 frames per second streaming, live DVR, certainly a request that they've heard for the last year or two, and now it's available. Faster playback, no more waiting. The stream will be available to watch almost immediately after the live coverage ends. And then easier connection to your PDGA membership. So make sure you're entering that in, sign up or renew for the PDGA, and you'll immediately be getting the discount. Hanley will not make it onto the platform. Push and get over, and just barely clears. Not only are you out of position, but if you don't make it onto the platform, you're throwing your second shot with the nose up. And you're just going to stall out that much quicker. You're not going to be able to get nearly as far because you're already trying to get over the hillside there. And Stacy has no problems jumping up onto that second level. I'd say it plays somewhere around 300 feet, maybe 325 of power to get onto that level.
That's a big shot, and that's a big shot with the height underneath the disc.
I would say at least effectively a 300-foot shot in terms of the power required.
And I mean, when you're stepping up to this hole, you have to know that you need the distance. It measures 900 feet. Not a typical distance shot, but a very interesting tee shot that every player has to throw if you want to get a good look.
Showing you the overview here, thanks to our friends over at Flight Factory.
So on the map, you can see there's no water marked. There's no water OB. I just see that OB line on the left, but with all that rain from last weekend, the water is built up and created that pond on the right-hand side.
Well, let's take a look here. As you said, 900 feet on the par 5. One of two back-to-back par 5s. We don't see that on tour too often.
Yeah, you got to be ready for this one. It needs a powerful shot, an accurate shot, and you need to make sure you're getting the height to climb over this hill. So at the very end of the flight, the disc needs to be at least 10-15 feet above the ground. And once you crest that cliff, this is what the next half of the fairway looks like. Pretty wide open with trees sprinkled amongst the fairway. Hopefully you've got a good line so you can have a nice run up to get a full power second shot. There's a couple of options here. This is on the right hand side, the more direct route to the pin. The sawgrass on the right hand side, more trees on the left. Just want to make sure your shots are coming off clean so you can gain distance as we get down the fairway.
And Holland has to be very careful about the angle, because if that cut rolls to the right, again, you can find the sawgrass and have no run up. If you go way hard to the left, you could potentially find OB, but that seems like it's a good position for her as we're watching Evelina pitch out.
This changes the strategy of the hole completely, especially for these big distance throwers. They're just having to pitch back to the fairway. An extra shot added on the score, where if they were to land here off of their drives, you've got this wide open shot. This is the third for Natalie.
And good control to keep it in the center of the fairway. From there, should be a relatively easy up and down to save the par. Page with her second. And it was no surprise to see Evelina just lacing some of these fairways last weekend as well. Felt like her driving was really on point. Her and Henna here from Finland, kicking off our 2024 Disc Golf Pro Tour season. Currently you see them just one stroke apart. Haley King sitting at 3 under, Holland Hanley at 4 under, and Natalie Ryan, our leader, at 7 under.
Yeah, that'll do.
I'm afraid that they'll likely be waiting on every tee pad from here on out. Things have really congested in these last few holes and really cooling the players down.
We see that Henna has now officially completed her round. So she's in the clubhouse at 3 under. That's got to be somewhat disappointing considering the start that she had. But right now, still in the top 10. Hanley just one stroke out in front of what we saw from Henna. Hanley sitting at 4 under. Oh, needs to push up onto the top, and oh no. Low line drive from Pierce still clears the hillside. That'll be up on top for Gannon, not a problem.
That's a bishop. Bishop. A7, 12. Bishop?
That's a queen.
Oh, it's a queen.
I'm smart enough to know I'm not going to play chess against Brian. He's a whiz. And so just a little bit of geography, as I know this course is relatively new to a lot of people. If you were going to go straight right of this pin, that is actually the low-lying area that our players are walking through on the previous hole. So these holes somewhat run parallel to one another on 14 and 15. And so when you look to the right side, great shot there by Natalie Ryan, that line right there, that OB just beyond the basket, that's actually the low-lying area of hole 14's teeing area. And a moment ago, Hannah Wynn teeing off. And no problem getting up onto the platform, onto the shelf. So, Brian, what's the conversation going to be like for where Own is playing from? Is that considered all casual water?
We're trying to figure out what the line of play is.
Yeah, I believe so. The rain from last week is kind of still here, but I believe she just goes back in line where she can take a comfortable stance.
Otherwise, you gotta go.
Justin, a couple more. Thank you.
Is that set to go right now?
Down in front.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Missy's going. Probably.
So yeah, just reading casual area or casual relief. Player's lie may be relocated without penalty to the nearest lie, which is farther from the target and is on the line of play at the nearest point that provides relief. And the fact that they could not find Cynthia's disc, they knew it went in the water, but there was not a chance to actually locate where the disc was. There was no chance to provide relief, and that's why it was declared a lost disc. So Owen, very fortunate that her disc was able to land on that edge and within sight.
Effortless forehand there by Evelina. That will result in a par.
Yeah, after some not great drives from both Evelina and Natalie, they're able to save themselves by pitching back and recentering their shots into the fairway. They're going to come out with pars.
A great low line drive from Wynn. She's looking for that to push out to the left side. That'll just open up her options on her third shot. Good placement for Gannon.
I was trying to go quick.
Paige initially trying to beat the wind, she said.
Sneak through.
She's trying to use that left-hand side, but too much spin, too much power, turns it over early.
Maria Oliva. A card a double bogey. That's from circle 2.
It's a great putt to not a great score, but it could be worse.
I was thinking the exact same thing a moment ago of Cynthia on the previous hole. You know, canning the long putt, albeit for double bogey, you'll still take a long putt for double than drop-in triple. So I guess there's a silver lining out there somewhere. Here's Scoggins throwing her third.
One bush and he nailed it.
Not sure if they have the DGN Pro subscription or if they're just taking advantage of the tickets to the event that you can get with that subscription, but taking in the action front and center. This property for many years, when it wasn't being used for this 4 to 6 weeks of the tournament, was actually hosting cows that were just walking around and trying to keep the grass somewhat short, utilizing it as a cow pasture. Now we've officially chased them all away and making this course a permanent fixture year-round. Great control by Wynn. That'll give her a look for birdie.
Yeah, right. That left-hand side is just so much more open. It brings the out-of-bounds line into play, but the trees are so much farther apart, easier to get that distance. I think Missy's going to have a really nice angle from way over here on the left side. Doing work, punching its way through the trees just outside the bullseye.
At you. Oh, never mind. He didn't commit. No commit.
No, we don't have Paige mic'd up, but it feels like we do sometimes.
I know, I'm sitting back just listening. Look at this shot from Holland. Right at the feet of the group in front.
And a colorful scorecard to close out, but Ella Hansen, takes the eagle on 18 to close out with the 3, and she completes her round 4 under.
You can see Ella running into some trouble in those last 5 holes. 3 bogeys, but then to finish off 2 under par on the final hole.
It can be really difficult to access this pin because not only are there just a few trees that surround it, but the trees that are there have some low-hanging branches. So you have somewhat of a ceiling to contend with. And that forehand not quite on point for Pierce here.
Yeah, this hole has just looked uncomfortable for Paige. She hasn't been in the right spots. She's gotten herself into trouble. She's just kind of fighting her way along this par 5.
Get it.
If you We give Own a chance. If she has a window, she is going to try and run at the basket. Wow.
And this is exactly what I was talking about with the ceiling and what protects the basket here on this green. Not only do you have 900 feet to carry to get here, but then you have obstacles around the pin. And Pierce is in for birdie.
This one.
Natalie Ryan teeing on 16. This is not going to get around the corner. That's going to be short, but stays out in the open as opposed to carrying into that wood line, which makes the approach so much more difficult. If this flexes back, she's going to love the spot. Gets a little help from the ground, and that'll work out just fine. Stacy lining up her third shot on 15. And it's so crucial. We just heard settle being said. You need to find the short grass and not pinch yourself up against that left-hand side. Otherwise, you may have to use a extra stroke just to get out to the fairway. It's kind of what we're seeing here from Natalie.
Yeah, speaking of being pinched up on the left-hand side, it's just tough to get around the corner. Whereas Evelina on the right-hand side and a little bit farther down the fairway has a much more open window and a beautiful second shot.
Just elevation and
Straight, but straight's hard. Yeah.
That's the point. I
Yeah.
think it's one of the best holes. This is what it's has disc golf. Yeah, you have to battle wind, trees, and straight elevation.
So in talking to Paul Macbeth last weekend, I had asked what he may think is the signature hole on this course. Of course, 18 comes to mind just because of how this course finishes out, and it's epic in so many ways. He puts this maybe as another contender, hole number 15, as a signature hole. And Holland Hanley couldn't do it any better. It's so crucial for this to land and stay straight or not flare too hard to the left. And when you're that far up, you've got plenty of options. And we're finally getting to Holland throwing her second. Can she take advantage? It would be the ultimate disappointment if she didn't at least walk away with a birdie here on hole 15. And Natalie will be probably around circle's edge with that effort.
So Natalie did walk away with a par on the same hole, but we have Holland playing hole 14. 2 shots in. She has 2 shots to go to get that birdie. Looking good to likely bring herself another stroke under par, as Natalie has a few in the lead. I'm wondering if they're trying to see how far Holland's drive ended up.
I get them all.
Got the rangefinder.
Mixed, kicks, and peanut, and then obviously hummingbird season.
Recording the distance.
That's some next level technology there that Tom's working with.
I got it from my demo.
2018 world champ Paige Shue throwing her fourth. I am loving this.
Me too. I mean, right out of her hand, she had the nose down and the disc just carried that dead straight flight. There was no doubt that that was going to stay in the fairway.
It's just so crucial to get the nose of the disc down. And we love Missy's. We love Paige's even more.
Fine,
And we know that own throws generally overstable drivers. And, yep, that's going to fade out hard to the left.
If we were wondering if she still has the power, well, we talked about her disking up and slowing things down, but it is still that technique that Paige has to just smoothly power a shot down the middle of the fairway. And of course, Missy talking some trash, good friend. Yeah, I threw an amazing drive, and of course, Paige is back, and now she one-upped me.
And that's what you're looking at for hole number 15. On the very bottom of your screen is where the tee shot is, carrying all the way down the center of this fairway. There's actually going to be a significant climb when they're playing hole 17. Is you see all the trees just left of the fairway? That's going to be about 50 feet up the ledge, and that's where hole 17 will be playing the opposite direction. It'll be playing from the top of your screen down to the bottom of your screen. So keep that in mind, that when you see a ledge on 17, well, that runs parallel to this hole. Easy approach for Hanley. Left side chain for Natalie. And Evelina taking advantage of the great approach shot. She's going to move to 5 under.
So a birdie for Evelina, and that's going to be a bogey for Natalie after missing that par putt.
So a 2-stroke swing between them on hole number 16 now. Hannah in the territory of where we see Missy and Paige's drive.
Go for a ride.
Inside the bus.
Bottom right-hand corner of your screen, seeing some of the other scores from our 43 person division. Nice sizable field out here this weekend to get things kicked off in 2024.
That was such a nice flight. She rode that tree line on the right-hand side, and as it hyzered out, it had plenty of space to stay in bounds, or stay in the fairway. So it gets tricky. The farther you throw on the second shot, the more that it kind of bottlenecks and tightens up. So you want to make sure you're still in that short grass. Give yourself an easy approach on your third.
As long as it skips straight and doesn't carry too hard left. I don't think she's going to love that. So I got to ask Brian, can even our longest throwers possibly think about an eagle here on hole number 15?
Yeah, you know, I think where Paige is right now, if she really wants to do it, I think she could. I don't think she's going to be getting into circle 1, but I think she could definitely put herself into shallow, short circle 2 bid.
Now we'll see how aggressive she wants to be. I think about Holland Hanley with her initial tee shot. I think about the distance that we see from Ella Hansen. And if they start thinking about that idea of, man, if I put myself in great position here, I can go after it, possibly pick up the eagle. And Paige, very controlled, clearly not giving that 100% power, just playing for position. She should have a relatively easy up and down to get the birdie.
You weren't going to go if you could have got there yet. That's all right. We're going to get past
TF 17. Evelina's going to take the right side gap. We had quite the kind of mixture of approaches last weekend in seeing players go to the right or to the left on this tee. And Evelina showing us the right side option. That looks like trouble. No, it's going to push all the way through, though. She could go deep and find the OB. And not much indicator from our spotter there. And, well, we talked about the rain possibly coming in this afternoon. That's what we're looking at now. Off in the distance, temperature still at 72 degrees, 23 mile per hour winds now coming out of the southwest. Kiana giving us our current conditions. Wind is picking up. It's going to be nasty this afternoon.
And Owen is still on that right side. The OB begins maybe just after those trees. She might still be safe, but it's not going to be a great placement. So Holland with the birdie. She is now just one stroke back of our leader, Natalie Ryan.
Owen fights her way back out to the fairway.
The OB near the pin is just outside circle 1 on the right-hand side.
I may have spoke too soon. Paige pinched up against this taller sawgrass area, going with the patent pending stance, asking for it to slide up there, and that's going to be short. She's in circle 2.
And it was the fact that she was so close to that sawgrass. If she were 10 feet short, it would have made that shot a lot easier. And the shot here from Missy is a sidearm. It would get that perfect flight, but you see she's going with the backhand. Much safer finish, as it could finish off to the left, stay away from that out of bounds. But can she get the distance?
Tough to generate the power with that stance that she had there, Val, as you were saying. She's safe, but that's going to be circle 2 luck.
Pick up there. Yep.
Inside 20 feet for win. Short but safe.
Jinx? Yeah, short on that left-hand side, and it's just a very tight angle. You're just not, you can't get to the pin if you're on that left-hand side. You'd have to throw something, some Simon line up and over the trees to park it. The wind seems to have completely stopped as Missy lines up this circle 2 putt.
Off the chains for Scoggins. Pierce with a similar look.
It was a yep. And then the wind said nope.
Yeah, the wind is.
Yep, wrong.
Yep, nope.
It was almost a yep.
Well, you did call it. You said you and Missy are going to have the same score.
Yeah. Oh. That's funny.
Yes!
Hey, girl.
So Pierce is in for par after we saw Hannah connect. And then the rest of the card will tap out as they're through 15 holes. 16, 17, and 18 to play. Up ahead on 17, Natalie from the long left side of the fairway. This is after going too deep off the tee. And now Natalie's third. Should be in position for par.
And lined up perfectly with the corner. Holland goes for another sidearm. She's going to have a tester putt coming up for birdie.
We're out here at the chess.com Invitational. And Brian, I'm not sure if you're still on the course or if somebody's already challenged you to a game. Talk to us about what's going on and what's available for all the spectators and on-site participants.
Well, as you may have guessed, Terry, chess.com has laid out a spread right around Tournament Central. Tons of chessboards, tons of opportunities for people to learn the game. There's apparently some big-time chess celebrities even some grandmasters coming into town. And yeah, you know what? I've always said, Terry, disc golfers need to take a break every now and then, and chess players need to get outside more. So perfect match made in heaven.
Certainly is, Brian, and I know that you're an avid chess player, and so exciting to see a company of that size that wants to team up. I believe the CEO and the head guy over there at chess.com had reached out originally to Paul Macbeth and is a big Paul Macbeth fan, and the conversation started rolling from there in terms of chess.com coming on as a sponsor here, a title sponsor of our opening round here, of our opening event in 2024.
Well, there's been plenty of time today for these players to play a little game of chess while they wait in these backups.
Just got to put all the pieces together for that. Evelina approached to here, so that's her birdie bit, but it's going to come up short. Missed opportunity for Evelina. We saw her pick up 2 on Natalie on the previous hole. That would have been another one to tack on, but both looking at pars now. Oh, and that just barely hangs on for Natalie. Soon we'll see a 4 on the scorecard on hole 17 for her. Here's Maria Oliva. Oh, and one of the resident armadillos that hangs out down here, trying to get some of that pro subscriber action. On the cut roll for Missy's going to push her to left side, and it feels like the wind continues to pick up with every passing moment.
And I think Missy's cut rolled a little too early. Oh. From the far right to the far left.
She wants that to push more right, and it continues to stay straight for her.
And it checks up. That OB fence line on the right-hand side, so a big swooping shot like that from Own. She needs to make sure it spikes down quick.
Holland up ahead on the green. This is a putt to tie for the lead.
Oh, wow. With the wind picking up so steadily. That was an incredible putt. Outside the circle. Great height. Tracking the basket the entire way. Fantastic.
I feel like she put a little more on it just because she's dealing with the wind. Great birdie for Holland as Hannah is going to throw back out into the fairway. There's no shortcut on this left side. You must get all the way to the corner, and then you can proceed to the basket. if you're anywhere on the short left side, there's nothing you can cut through, so to speak. And now getting to the corner. Bogey is likely coming for Hannah. And after some trouble, that's Stacy's fourth. She'll have a putt for bogey.
Yeah.
Actually, can I mark it? Sorry.
Okay, and Missy actually went farther than I thought. She did get past those trees on the left-hand side. Have to get down to that Discraft banner all the way down there. Not bad.
Natalie Ryan teeing off on the iconic 18th. That's turned over and then pushes straight down. And that looks to be short. And so OB for Natalie Ryan. She'll move to the drop zone. Stacy's able to convert and save bogey.
There's much more room on the right-hand side.
Great drive.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
That one pops back out for Owen. Now Holland on the tee of 17. So she goes to the right side gap, but does so with a forehand. That's a play we haven't seen yet.
She is leaning so heavily on the forehand. And we just saw her play this course last weekend. We saw the shot she was throwing. She played this course so well. So it's interesting to see her make these adjustments. And these aren't easy forehand holes or forehand shots that she's throwing. She's making them work, though. So I can't deny it.
You're out.
Yeah.
You're fine. No reason to go crazy. Enjoy day one. That's true.
And this is what I mean by getting to the corner. When you're caught up in here, there's no additional alleyway to the pin. There's no gap. There's no line. You just have to pitch out. Stacy throwing her second on 17.
It's so important to get up and over the hill on your tee shot. It's not an easy second if you don't.
And that's a misfire by Gannon. Relatively easy shot for her, and that saws off and then pushes to the left side. She's going to have an obstructed putt. feel like we had a ton of off-season movement in terms of FPO sponsored players. Hannah Wynn, Allie Smith, those are the two that jump out immediately for me, but not a ton of other movement. So she's playing and practicing, or playing with the new bag. And Pierce goes right over the top of the pin.
Let's give him a show.
So Natalie must proceed here to the drop zone after going out of bounds off the tee.
This is a huge shot. Trying to get to the second island. And she does so. Not a problem. How far do you think the shot is, Terry?
I'm guessing this requires about 400 feet of power. It's not going to be that distance, but in terms of throwing it uphill, that probably plays about 400 feet from back there.
Get it?
Scoggins, long birdie bid. More than once we've heard her ask for it to fall in or to get it, and she's been just off the mark.
Now this putt's going to be inside the circle for Missy, but it's going to be a matter of if she can see the basket and if she has a clear line to the basket.
Well, if our view is any indication, I'm guessing her line's not much better. You see her going to a knee, outstretched. Well, now standing back up, upright. What a par save.
Wow, and that's another one. The basket gives it a little bit of help. It's on the right-hand side, catches the chain and just grabs it back into the basket.
The wide open look, not a problem for Scoggins. Pierce also no problem cleaning up.
These holes are anything but cut and dry. I mean, take a look at these four players and the way that each one of them attacked this hole. We've got several of the players, 3 out of our 4 players carding the par, but each of them with a different approach.
Holland throwing her second.
Uh-oh.
And may or may not have just missed the Mando. You have to go to the left of that Mando sign. We'll see and check back in a moment, but what are they trying to do here on 17, Val?
Well, we're going to take a look at the left-hand route. There's also that route on the right-hand side that we saw Holland throw. But players want to make sure they're getting up and over and at the top of the hill so that they can see the second shot. Got to climb over the pond. Of course, it's marked with out of bounds there. And there's out of bounds long on the left-hand side of the tree line. And then it rounds the corner. There's a mandatory that forces those shots to the left-hand side, like you mentioned, in through this tight bottleneck, and then it opens out to the green. So it's a tricky hole. Players just need to make sure that they're getting their drives off cleanly and then see how the rest of the hole shapes out from where they land.
Val, I hear there's a code this weekend you can use, thanks to our friends over at Flight Factory who helped provide us this great drone coverage. Olympus. That's the code. 15% off. I'll lend you my credit card if you need to go out and make a purchase.
Wow.
Or
You heard it here, folks. Send me your orders. Wow. Evelina, after a great drive, gets her second shot up to the top of the hill. That's going to be left for an eagle to finish off her day.
So Holland did not miss the Mando, but she still had to navigate around the other side of it. So that was the pitch up there. And a firm bid there by Natalie. Backhand, right side gap for Gannon. Pierce with the standstill line, left side. Evelina is there in 2, but doesn't want any part of the eagle bid. Instead, pitches it right next to the basket for a tap-in birdie to close out. That's trouble. That was Holland's 4th. Here's Natalie. Makes the comebacker and will escape with a par. So 1 over in the final 4 holes for Natalie Ryan to come into the clubhouse at 6 under. And Evelina will close out with the birdie. And currently at 5 under and sitting in 3rd place.
So there's some room for improvement for Natalie Ryan in those last 4 holes. Holland having some trouble on 17 herself. And 18 for these big distance throwers, if they can find their drives in bounds, you have the chance to clean up a couple of strokes. Maybe get a run for the eagle, but an easy birdie is in store if you have the distance.
Now we see Holland at 6 under through 16. She still has to close out on 17 where she's been in trouble. So she will not remain a co-leader by the time she's done with 17.
This is a shot that I hope she practiced, because this is not easy. It's a blind shot. She's throwing up over this hill. There's a pond on the other side.
This is like
It's going to take a minute.
Right, the shot I'm about to throw anyway. Down the hill, hard right.
I was just thinking that.
You're up at the top. And you go down the
Brian, this is the first time, I mean, we saw it for the All-Star weekend, but this is essentially the first competitive time we're seeing this layout on 17. What do you think the game plan is?
Well, there's many. It's kind of like a choose-your-own-adventure book, Terry, and it's pretty much 2 different par 4s, just kind of slapped on the same piece of land. Left side gap, It's a little bit tougher, and there's the OB pond short, but if you put it in the right landing zone, you'll have that beautiful straight tunnel up to the basket. If you choose to play the little bit easier right gap up top to the hill, you do then have an opportunity to get up and down for a birdie, but it's a lot tougher, and if you want it, you likely have to go turn over the middle stuff, so easier play for par. Right or left, though, great risk reward.
And Brian, I specifically want to talk about Paige's shot, in that she really is just laying up to the top of the hill. Most of the people that are going left side are trying to get over the pond in one, and now we're seeing Paige laying up to the top of the hill.
Your turn. Okay.
Yeah, I actually really like the play. You don't see a lot of people doing it, but the more I look at the landing zone here on this left gap, it is so challenging to hit the brakes once you crest the hill and not go OB long, because not only is there the pond OB, there is OB long as well. So to go putter, now she can throw putter on the next shot, lay up with a putter, take a 4, and there's an opportunity. If she goes high enough turnover, she could get an opportunity for birdie.
Thanks for the insight, Brian. As we're watching Holland, that was for bogey, and as you can see, not even really much of a look at it. So Holland, a double bogey in store, and she's just carded that moments ago. So she went from being co-leader at 6 under, she falls back to 4 under, and now sits in a tie for third.
Hole 17, we have yet to see a birdie on this hole yet today. Almost playing a stroke over par on average.
Also seeing in our top 10, scores ranging from 6 under to 2 over, all in our top 10.
Yeah, 67% of the field has gotten a bogey or worse.
Girls try to get down here on their drive.
A lot of surprises. A lot of shots that are blind to the players. And a surprise, and they find out that it's good and it's in bounds. Got to celebrate.
But I knew I could get the birdie from there. So I'm like,
I've always loved the idea.
I actually thought so.
Yeah, I gotta get it.
Second.
This could be trouble. OB on the left side. And it stays out, so she'll be okay from there.
Also, Rick was,
It drops off the board.
3 times where I didn't like.
And that's sawed off on the right side. So that's kind of in the territory where we saw Holland Hanley fight through a few shots ago. That's going to be a difficult approach from there. Got the Linz twins trying to close out on 18.
Oh, that's in.
That is a shot to celebrate. Oh,
How many times?
that one too.
Can one just say, get in? Come on. I believe 5 times.
Drawing metal from everywhere. Putts, approaches, it doesn't matter. Scoggins just short of throwing this one in for birdie.
She has hit basket on a long putt, or now a throw in on the last 5 holes. I'm starting to lose count. She has been all over it. Now she's just getting mad.
Solid putt for Gannon. I should push her to 2 under.
Finally got that one.
And you see the white line just left of Pierce. That's out of bounds.
Yeah, Paige.
As Paige converts.
Yeah, that comes up real quick. I mean, it's right at circle's edge.
And earlier when I was talking about the cliffside on this hole, that's what ultimately falls all the way down to hole number 15's fairway. So if you went down that cliff 50 feet, you're in the middle of 15's fairway.
There's still one more hole left, Owen.
I'm ready for a throw in.
Maybe not from this tee.
Hanley sits at 4 under, coming off the double bogey. And how interesting that we saw her go backhand here last weekend. And she threw nearly perfect drives every time she did it. Today, she opts for the forehand, looks inbounds on 18.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of those shots that looked so great last weekend, and she's just keeping us on our toes. They're saying, yeah, I could throw sidearm on it too. So we're going to see the flight, and we're going to head into this first island. There's OB surrounding this whole green space. Anything that carries 2 straight and doesn't get enough turn can easily find that pond, but the best drives are landing here on the right-hand side, and there's this shelf that's going to provide the best footing, and then from here, you got to head uphill, very steep, and hope that you land on this second island and surrounded by out of bounds. So off the tee shots, if you don't clear inbounds, you go to the first drop zone. And then any OB shot from that first island that goes out of bounds, you then proceed up to the second island at the top of the hill. So this isn't a hole that you're going to start racking up a million strokes and just unloading every shot in your bag. You do get to proceed to that second drop zone for any shot after the tee shot.
Without the dance on the flags.
Want to get a card pick real quick?
Down there.
Sure. Yeah, I think we're...
Let's do that one.
Yeah.
Of course, Tom's ready to get the props involved. That's a team player and then some. Valerie Mundahano throwing from the drop zone and just playing for position. She should have a straight shot up the hill from there. And Paige Shue gets up and throws quite rapidly. Nothing new there.
As she was throwing from the drop zone and not wanting to risk it at all. I mean, it's a huge throw that we saw Natalie attempt. So Paige just playing her next shot safely to the ideal landing zone for a tee shot.
Stacy's struggled on 16 and 17. up onto the island. And then on the left side, where you see that little green patch, that's actually the tee of hole number 1 as we are coming all the way back through. Kind of in that brown, heavily wood-chipped area is the tee of 1. I feel like if somebody said, hey, go place your mini in your ideal landing zone or landing spot, this is about where you'd put it.
I'd put it right next to the basket if I had the choice. But Holland, great tee shot, great approach. She's going to be looking at an eagle.
And even after a couple of skips, not going to be enough to get onto the island up top. Paige gets the green flag. And we see that 6 under is the hot score in the clubhouse. Evelina Salonen sitting at 5 under. Holland Hanley trying to close out. I think she's going to get at least a birdie here to be one of our top contenders, along with Ella Hansen. But right now, our clubhouse leader is Natalie Ryan, and we caught up with her just a few moments ago.
All right, here with Natalie Ryan after a 6-down performance after round 1 of chess.com Invitational. Making the lead card after day 1's great, but how important was it to kind of set the tone for your season this year?
It was huge, honestly. Coming off from the off season and especially last year, I was feeling a little shaky, worried about coming back, you know, certain things, some other stuff like that. But my head's in a better place than it's ever been, and it's honestly a breath of fresh air to finally get out here and compete again.
Great, that's awesome. You won Digo out 2 seasons ago. There's some comparisons being made between these 2 courses. Do you think there's anything to say about that?
I do. One of my biggest skills is throwing up and down hills, and I've always been good at it. It's one of those things that just kind of came naturally, and this course feels very similar in that you know, throwing up a mountain, throwing off a cliff, you know, and just every other hole.
Where do you think you can improve from today? 6 sounds really great, but obviously, you know, as most disc golfers, they feel like they left some out there.
I mean, the 2 bogeys I took were kind of silly. A couple of bad upshots, bad drives that were just a little bit out of the way. If I can kind of clean those up and get them more in the fairway, I think I'll be in good shape.
What do you think a score is? What do you think you can get here?
I mean, I know personally my absolute best would be 12 under. I don't know if I'll ever really hit that, but I mean, I can be hopeful.
Yeah. The wind kind of picked up towards the end of the round. Particularly noticed your upshot to the green of 18 really was affected by the wind. How was that playing out here towards the end of the round today?
I usually am terrible in the wind. Sometimes it just kind of works out, and you know, every now and then the wind on this kind of course, it'll blow a very specific direction every time. And when you can notice those trends and utilize them to your advantage, it makes making shots like that drop zone shot on 18 considerably easier.
Great. Thanks, Natalie. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Perfect. Thanks so much. Yeah.
And while listening to Natalie, we saw the drive there by Missy Gannon. Pierce. Worried about this going too straight to possibly find... No, it looks like it actually was caught up. So Pierce questioning if she's out of bounds and would go directly to the drop zone.
You really have to commit on this tee. And Owen, nice flight. You know, with her overstable drivers, that is going to finish off to the left. to be able to rely on your disc, especially when the wind's doing crazy things.
That one is caught up, and that means Hannah Wynn's going to be going to the drop zone with penalty. And as they make their way down, we're going to check out Val's keys for closing, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
And we're seeing how challenging these finishing holes can be. 17. Think about strategic placement and how crucial that can be to allow yourself to play the hole cleanly. Distance advantage can really come into play here on 18. Can you push your distance and give yourself that opportunity to get an eagle? We'll see if some of our distance throwers can do that. And there's so much risk reward. There's a lot of out of bounds. There's so much elevation. But I think knowing the rules and knowing how to play the hole in the most comfortable way that you can, that's going to allow the players to succeed in these final holes.
And Holland has an eagle bid to close out her round. The release looked good. It looked like the putt back on hole number 16. However, off the mark to the right side. So Holland likely a birdie to finish out. I believe that would bring her to 5 under. Very colorful scorecard for Holland. And when all said and done, currently sitting in second place at 5 under. Right now seeing Natalie, Evelina Holland, and Ella Hansen look like they will be our lead card tomorrow.
Thought, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you got priority. Because live.
So Missy just playing for position from the drop zone. Paige lining up the drive, trying to put it on the island. On the wind, pushed it down. So Paige doesn't clear, and she'll go to the upper drop zone.
So she gets to advance up to that top green, and she'll be putting for a 5. I'm trying to think of how the rules play out. And, you know, Missy taking it from the drop zone. So she's throwing 3 from the drop zone. She's trying to throw her 4th up to the top of the hill and hope that she can park the shot to get the 5. So she still has a lot of work ahead of her, is what I'm trying to say, compared to what Paige now has at advancing to that second drop zone.
That was Stacy Kiefer with an eagle bid. So she'll be long and trying to make the comebacker for par. Now Scoggins. This is a tall task. Can she get it up and over? And it looks like she does come up short. I thought she had it by a foot or two, and she doesn't. So Scoggins goes to the upper drop zone.
Oh, you mean to the side over there?
Said she has work to do, and it looks like she understood the assignment there, Val.
I think it's okay.
Again, another surprising result on a blind shot. That was a big comeback putt. Her attempt for eagle went long, and that's her putt to finish the day with a birdie.
As Hannah Wynn going deep on her approach. And I apologize if you're trying to climb up the hill there, Brian. Maybe you're already up there. Any parting shots before we let you go here today?
Man, Terry, you caught me right as I was catching my breath. Yes, this climb up to 18's green is really steep, but you know what? What a treat it is to hike this course. I can't wait to do it time and time again this weekend. This is just one of the coolest, most unique courses that we see and potentially have seen ever on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Can't wait to see it get played again.
Well, thanks for all the insights, Brian, and we all know that everyone should be tuning in, taking full advantage of watching a little Tournament Central. Brian Earhart along with Nate Perkins. Got to think of the extra work the drone is doing out there to combat that 15 to 20 mile per hour winds as well. A few extra batteries will be needed today. Here's Pierce from the drop zone.
I felt the headwind, but it didn't do it.
Oh, yeah.
Of course Scoggins makes it. She was asking for one of them to fall in, and she saves it for 18. Solid close for Owen Scoggins here, round number 1. Oh, this could be trouble.
Don't point and laugh at me. No.
What a brutal roll away there for Hannah. She's outside of the circle. She stayed in bounds. She had about 3 or 4 feet before getting to the OB. No easy putts on the green of 18 today.
I know you weren't pointing off.
Our final feature card has completed their round. They'll go make their scores official.
Thank you. Great job, Pat.
Yeah. Well, that was a fun time.
Scoggins from long range. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll hear from Paige Pierce.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product, I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Hey, it's Zach from Power Grip. We saw some of your feedback on one of our ads last year. It doesn't matter the question you have, where you're from, or your skill level. Power Grip is here to help. Shop us online. So this year, the team came up with a new idea. Well, I guess it works. Shop us online, powergripusa.com, or visit us in our Bloomington, Illinois store. You guys gonna get me? Can you untie me now? We're done. We're done with the. Where are you going? Hey, Robert, untie me. We're done.
Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Discs that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
Paige Pierce in her first competition since July of last year. She's caught up with Brian Earhart. We'll hear from her now.
'11th place. Ready whenever?
Yeah, ready.
All right. Join us now in the clubhouse. 11th place, 3 over par for the first round. Welcome back, Paige Pierce. Paige, how was that first day of competition?
Oh, it was super fun. We had a great time out there and good vibes. And the course was windy. None of the practice rounds were really windy, so it played differently. It was cool to see, like, you know, how discs were flying out there in the woods, especially coming off such big elevation. But yeah, it was a good time. I threw some really good shots. I made a couple bad decisions, and then I had a couple rollaways. So overall, I feel like I got a little bit of everything, I think.
Any holes in particular that you feel like you need to make an adjustment on for tomorrow?
I don't know if I need to make an adjustment on the disc necessarily, but just the angle I'm hitting it on. I threw Raptor off the tee, like I think front 9, like downhill.
On 6.
Hole 6, and I just let it go too flat. I think it appears like you want to go farther forward, but throwing it the more I throw that hole, the more I realize farther left is better. So tomorrow I'm going to just hit that a lot more hyzer angle. That one's sticking out to me right now. But there's a couple more that I might slightly adjust my angle on.
Awesome. Well, Paige, thank you so much for your time. Good luck out there.
Thank you. And we're done.
Thanks.
Well, Paige's first round back, she said she got a little bit of everything. Is there anything that jumps out at you as someone that had to come back from an injury and battle everything she's done in the last 6 months?
Well, yeah, it's not an outstanding round, but she hasn't played herself out of it just yet. I think it's a good kind of warm-up round, easing into it. She did run into some troubles, but I think overall she's grateful to be out and playing again, out to be back on the course and being able to be competitive. So I think that's a great takeaway, and it's a great start to see Paige back in the action again.
Yeah, although her score wasn't great, we saw some big drives. We saw some control. We saw some great putts. So all of the pieces were there. It's just a matter of her then putting them together. Well, we're here at the OTB, only the best shot of the day. Val, do you have any contenders that you liked out there today before we run it?
There were a handful of huge throw-ins. Maybe not for birdies or not a ton for eagles, but there are a lot of throw-ins. So I don't know. I think the longest one was from Cadence, but let's see it.
All right, here it is. Let's take a look at our only the best shot of the day before we let you go. Oh, we see a drive here from Pierce. She's made her return to the tour. The park job, which would lead to a tap-in birdie. Get another look at it from the catch cam. And there you have it. Our OTB, only the best shot of the day, coming from Paige Pierce. Well, that's going to wrap up day number 1 for us here today for the FPO side. Big thanks to Brian Earhart out on the ground along with Valerie Jenkins. We'll see you guys for the afternoon action coming into you at 1:15 Eastern. Ian and Philo and the champ, Ken Kleimel, will all be on the network. We'll see you this afternoon.